Hey guys! Part 7 of What If Naruto Unlocked His True Potential. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 34, Secrets and Family. My parents? Naruto repeated the phrase quietly and uncertainly. This wasn't the first time he and the Sandaime Hokage had discussed this topic. When he was younger and still living at the orphanage, Naruto had asked him if he knew who his parents were. The Hokage had told him that he did not know them. He told him that they had perished in the Kyuubi attack. The Uzumaki was near tears after hearing Hiruzen's answer, but the Hokage had helped brighten his mood by treating him to ramen that afternoon and promising to help look for more information about his parents. Did you actually find out anything about them? Finally? The Uzumaki questioned tentatively, afraid to get his hopes up. The older man shook his head in response as a frown crept on Hiruzen's face as he recalled his promise to search for information on Naruto's parents. No, Naruto, because I already had the information, he finally admitted. I knew your parents quite well. Naruto's eyes widened at the declaration. He looked at the Hokage in disbelief. Although he was aware that the Hokage had kept his status as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki a secret, he could partly see the logic behind it. He disagreed with it, but he understood what Hiruzen's intentions were. But keeping his parents a secret? When he was an orphan and knowing just what happened to his family was the only thing he truly wanted, after a few seconds, Naruto's surprised facial expression dropped into a more neutral, cold-looking expression. His eyes were now narrowed and focused solely on the Sandaime. So you lied to me. Hiruzen nearly flinched. Hearing Naruto speak with such a blank tone took him by surprise and bothered him. Both his tone and his general attitude did not match the boy he knew and treated like a grandson. What I am about to tell you is an S-rank secret of Konoha. The Hokage finally spoke up after a brief period of silence. He took a deep breath before he matched Naruto's stare with one of his own. I give you permission to tell anybody who you deem careful enough to tell, but if they spread this information to anybody, they will be killed. What I am going to tell you is dangerous information that could ultimately get you killed if it fell into the hands of the wrong person. It was now Naruto's turn to flinch at the words spoken to him. He was still trying to process multiple sets of information. The Hokage did actually know who his parents were? And simply knowing who they were was dangerous. I understand. Naruto spoke up with a sigh. He looked at the Hokage with a softer look in his eyes. Can you tell me who they were now? A small smile developed on Hiruzen's face as he pulled out a picture and handed it to Naruto. The picture showed a young woman in her early 20s with long red hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a Konoha flak jacket over a black shirt and black pants. The woman was grinning in the picture and was making a peace sign with her hands. That was your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen commented as Naruto took the picture and started to study her. She had many nicknames in the bingo books. Crimson Reaper, Konoha's Chain Reaction, the Seal Mistress, but the one I remember most fondly is the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. This is my mother? Naruto asked tentatively, again, as he rubbed his hand against the picture. He memorized every inch of his mother's appearance in his mind. She's beautiful. Indeed she was. And just like you. The Hokage chuckled in response. Very rambunctious and always getting in trouble. She tended to act before thinking too much. But she was also one of the most capable shinobi I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, and one of the sweetest. Despite her temper, there was not a sweeter woman alive. Kushina really cared about the lives of her comrades and the people around her. She was a wonderful woman. She sounds like it, Naruto said with a sniffle. Tears were starting to develop in his eyes as he processed all of the praise the Hokage was giving his mother. Despite the tears, he looked down at the picture with a smile. Mom! You must have been awesome. Oh, she was. An absolute joy to be around. Hiruzen chuckled. She also shared the same responsibility you had. She was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Huh! The Uzumaki blinked in response. He rubbed away the tears in his eyes before he looked at the Hokage in confusion. My mom contained the Kyuubi? But how was that possible? I thought the Kyuubi attacked the village on my birthday and that nobody had seen him before then. That is false information that only spread because not many people were aware of your mother's status. She was the second Jinchuriki of the Biju, and you were the third. The Sandaime clarified. I don't know exactly what happened on the day of the attack. Your father had made the necessary plans to keep the QB contained when she gave birth to you. I have no proof of anything, but I suspect foul play. I've had a few shinobi personally investigating the specifics behind the attack, but nothing has come up yet. I hope to one day be able to understand what happened, because the seals shouldn't have broken and the QB should not have gotten out of your mother. The Uzumaki scowled at the Hokage's words. The idea of somebody releasing the QB on the village, and ultimately killing his mother, infuriated him. He wanted to ask more questions about the Hokage's opinions and theories, but he realized that the Hokage mentioned something about his father. With that in mind, he decided to calm himself down and turn his focus towards that topic. And my father? You mentioned something about him a second ago. Hiruzen didn't give an immediate reply, he simply looked towards the window. Naruto turned his head to see what the Hokage was looking at and noticed the arrival of a new figure, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The Uzumaki's eyes focused in on the man in confusion, not having noticed him arrive. He recognized the man from his last-minute studies in the academy, and knew about his occupation as Konoha's spy master. What was he doing here, listening in on his private conversation with the Hokage? Your father was my student, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya spoke up quietly. Naruto's eyes, once again, widened in response. He felt the world around him freeze after those words. His father's name was Namikaze Minato? But that was... My dad was... The Uzumaki started to speak. My successor. The Yondaime Hokage. Hiruzen finished for the blonde. Realization dawned on Naruto about why the topic was kept a secret from him. He was well aware of Minato's reputation around the world, especially in Iwa, Suna, and Kumo. When he was growing up, his life would have been in danger if there was even a rumor that the Yondaime Hokage had a child. The Sandaime Hokage obviously did everything he could to make sure the truth of his parentage was kept a secret as well as he could, and he seemed to have succeeded for the most part. Naruto grew up and lived to become a chunin. He now had the maturity to understand the motive Hiruzen had to keep his parentage a secret. However, the Uzumaki looked downward, shaking his head slightly. Mixed emotions coursed through his body. He still had many feelings of admiration and respect for the Yondaime, the youngest Hokage ever and considered one of the nicest men Konoha had ever produced. Nothing was going to change a few basic facts. Naruto had respect for the man and had idolized him. However, Naruto had learned to look at things objectively. Thanks to his friendship with Kuratsuchi, he had started to look at the Yondaime a little more objectively. He was a man who did kill thousands of Iwa shinobi all at once. Although nothing would change his respect for the man, being able to look at the Yondaime from this perspective prevented him from seeing as an idol any longer, and made him see him as who he really was, Namikaze Minato. A man who, amongst all of his great and horrible actions in life, happened to seal the QB within him. If he's my father, then why? Naruto began to question quietly. Why'd he do it? Why'd he seal the QB inside me? He had no choice, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen answered, frowning. The QB needed to be sealed into a child, and the Yondaime wasn't a man who would be able to ask somebody to offer up their child as sacrifice. No, what kind of man would ask something like that of somebody if they themselves weren't willing to do so? That, and I think he knew you could take it. Jiraiya spoke up. Naruto turned his attention to the Sannin, who was now smiling at him. To be able to contain and prevent the QB from running amok in Konoha. That's a huge responsibility that not everybody could do. He had to have somebody he trusted to do it. And I think he knew that you'd be able to grow and survive despite the QB. The man then gave the boy a thumbs-up gesture. And, from the looks of it, he was right. You've really grown strong, Naruto. The Uzumaki's eyes started to water after hearing the reasoning from both Hiruzen and Jiraiya. He wanted to still be angry at his father, but he knew that the man was right. He couldn't just ask someone to give up their child. Jiraiya's answer, however, was the one that really affected him. Dad, was that part of your reasoning? Did you really have that much faith in me? He asked inwardly. A few seconds passed before he rubbed the tears out of his eyes, once again, and let a small smile cross his lips. If it was, then I hope I'm making you proud. I promise you, I'll grow tough and keep this village safe from the QB and from anything that would dare threaten it. Speaking of your father Naruto, I wanted to properly introduce you to Jiraiya. Hiruzen spoke up. I've sadly kept this meeting apart for way too long. I kept him from coming home for his own missions. So now, I can finally do what should have happened years ago. Naruto, I would like you to meet your godfather. The blonde's eyes widened at that statement. Am my godfather? A rather shitty godfather. A guy who hasn't been able to be in Konoha and look after his godson properly. Jiraiya admitted with a deep sigh. However, the man was able to smile and walk a little closer to the boy. But yes, I am. And it's great to finally meet Dash. The words didn't escape his lips in time before Naruto crashed into him, wrapping his arms around the Sannin. Jiraiya looked in surprise at the blonde that was hugging him, shaking slightly. I don't care. I have family. I have a family. Naruto exclaimed loudly and happily. More tears were running down his eyes, but he didn't bother trying to rub them away. I'm so happy to meet you. And I am so happy to finally meet you too, Naruto. Jiraiya replied quietly as he returned his hug. I also have to say, Naruto, I do have one more family member I'd like you to meet in a little bit. Hiruzen mentioned. His words caused Naruto and Jiraiya to break their hug and give the Sandaime their full attention. There's a woman, Uzumaki Tayuya, who is descended from the same clan as your mother. She has the same blood of the Uzumaki that you have, basically making you her cousin. I have more family? A cousin? A clan? Naruto repeated the words the Sandaime Hokage was saying. He tried to process everything that he had heard in this conversation. Everything quickly overwhelmed him and the blonde started to fall backwards. Jiraiya managed to capture his body before he hit the ground. The blonde was now in the Sannin's arms, unconscious. Sarutobi-sensei, you really didn't let up today. You dropped so many damn bombshells on this kid in the span of a few minutes. Jiraiya commented as he rubbed at his godson's cheeks, brushing away the wetness from his tears. He has a right to know everything, even things that we just learned about, like the existence of Tayuya. Hiruzen answered. This conversation needed to happen. And he seems to be okay with everything. The Sandaime Hokage smiled as he looked fondly at the blonde in his student's arms. I'm hoping this will be a turning point in his life. He's always wanted to know about family and to have one. Although I know he has become close to his friends, I think he did deserve to know about his real family. After everything he's been through, he deserves a family. And to be frank, Sensei, I'm going to be taking a leave from my responsibilities, regardless of any orders. I want to finally get to know my godson. We both have waited long enough. Jiraiya stated sharply as he started to walk towards the door, carrying his godson. I understand. I wasn't planning on assigning you field work for a while anyway. The Hokage nodded his head. At least any field work without Naruto-kun. He pushed those thoughts to the side for a moment before ushering Jiraiya to leave the office. Take him home, Jiraiya. He should be lying down until he wakes up. The Sannin nodded as he left the Hokage's office, heading towards his godson's apartment. Ah, that was good, Kuratsuchi exclaimed, releasing a content sigh. I'm going to be full for hours now. You're telling me. Shikamaru chuckled in response. After receiving their promotions to Chunin, Kuratsuchi, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sasuke, along with Inoki, went to Yakiniku for lunch to celebrate. The group had fun and enjoyed the food there. Once they had finished eating, Hinata and Sasuke went their separate ways to their homes. Inoki, as well, went his own way to head back to his residence in Konoha. Kuratsuchi and Shikamaru, however, stuck together and proceeded to wander the streets of Konoha together. That was a lot of fun, you know? I always think the best times you can have with somebody are when you go out to eat with them. Kuratsuchi commented with a chuckle. I'd agree with that. Hell, even Sasuke was pretty cool then. The Nara joked. Although the Uchiha was not overly sociable during the meal, mostly keeping to himself, he did occasionally throw in a comment in the conversations, and seemed to have enjoyed himself. Yup. Probably would have been a little more fun if Naruto showed up. The Iwa Kunoichi said with a frown on her face. What do you think your Hokage wanted to talk to him about? It sure took up a lot of time. Who knows? Shikamaru shrugged in response. Might not be something too important. I know he and Hokage-sama are actually pretty close. They might just be chatting. But if it's something important, I'm sure Naruto will tell us tomorrow or something. I guess. Kuratsuchi sighed in response. Was kinda hoping to see him though, since I'm probably going to be heading back to Iwa soon. Shikamaru opened his mouth to respond, but the words failed to come out of his mouth as he processed exactly what the Kunoichi said. He proceeded to look at her in disbelief and sadness. You are? He questioned. Well, the Chunin decisions were just made. IWA doesn't really have a reason to be here now. So, we'll probably be heading back either tomorrow or the day after. She answered with a frown. Sucks too. As much as I miss IWA, I've kinda gotten used to being here and seeing you guys. I can imagine. Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding. He looked forward and sighed. It won't be the same without you here. Of course it wouldn't. Other than your teammates, I'm the only other person who is willing to put forth the effort to make you go out and do stuff with me. Kuratsuchi grinned in response. Ha! The Nara scoffed good-naturedly in response. You haven't met my mother yet. I have not. So she does this stuff too, then? Kuratsuchi asked. Seeing Shikamaru nod his head caused the kunoichi to smirk. Good. You need somebody to hold your hand and make you put in the needed effort at times. Shikamaru chuckled in response. He knew the girl was just joking. He had gotten used to Kuratsuchi's humor and general attitude. Despite the strong difference in personality, he had really started to enjoy her company, and he was going to miss her. Suddenly, an idea entered the Naro's head. However, he wasn't sure what motivated the thought, nor was he sure what made him voice it. You know, my mom would probably want to meet you. Would you like to come over for dinner with my family tonight? The Nara asked. Kuratsuchi stopped walking immediately. Shikamaru stopped as well as he focused his attention on the kunoichi in front of him. The normally confident granddaughter of the Tsuchikage was currently blushing and was looking away from Shikamaru nervously. Excuse me? She managed to speak. I was just thinking. My parents kinda wanted to meet my friends, and if you're going to leave the village, then I'd like to introduce them to you before you have to go. Shikamaru quickly answered. His cheeks started to pick up a red tint, but neither he nor Kuratsuchi noticed it. I mean, it was just a thought. If you're busy or don't want to go no! It's not that. Kuratsuchi spoke up quickly, and louder than she intended. It just took me by surprise, that's all. I should be able to come by. The kunoichi then looked the Nara in the eyes and smiled, losing some of the nerves that were overcoming her. Yeah. I should be able to. I'll just have to go let my grandpa know. Go right ahead. Shikamaru chuckled. So I'll be seeing you later then? Yup. I'll see you later, Kuratsuchi replied with a smile before she quickly rushed off in the direction of her grandfather's residence. Shikamaru continued his walk alone towards his own home. He needed to talk to his parents about his plans and whether they'd be okay with the additional visitor for dinner. Seriously, Shikamaru, what the hell prompted that question? He asked himself as he continued on his walk. After eating lunch with Shikamaru, Sasuke, Kuratsuchi, and Inoki, Hinata went back home to the Hyuga clan compound. The kunoichi had a smile on her face after having a good time with her friends. She always felt this way every time she got the chance to spend time with them. Today was especially enjoyable to her because it had been a few days since she got the chance to meet with them. Due to the invasion and the necessary repairs that needed to be made around the village, everybody was busy. Hinata was doing her part, as were her own friends. Seeing them for the first time since the invasion, immediately after earning her Chunin promotion, put her in a joyous mood. The only way that her day would have been better would have been if Naruto could have come with them to lunch, Naruto-kun. She sighed mentally, trying to resist the urge to blush. Naruto, just like her and the rest of their friends, had been busy since the end of the invasion. He had even busy immediately after they received their promotions. Unfortunately, that meant she had not seen him in a few days, nor did she have the opportunity to talk to him about her giving him a kiss. I can't wait any longer. He has to know that means something more. Hinata told herself, shaking her head in slight frustration. I'm going to need to just tell him how I feel. The next time we are alone together. I'll tell him. I will. I promise myself. She told herself, filled with confidence that had slowly been building in her since the end of her academy days. Hyuga Hinata walked towards the Hyuga clan compound, prepared for whatever life had in store for her later that day. Everything about his research is so complete. Kabuto had managed to finish reading every single page of all of Orochimaru's research notes. He had already began doing experiments on the blood samples that were still within the lab. The former right hand to the Sannin had never felt more alive as he recalled everything he learned. He had done so much research on all of the different bloodlines and clans within the elemental nations. The Senju, the Uchiha, the Hozuki, the Kagaya, the Kurigane, the Uzumaki. Kabuto started to recall the various subjects that had appeared in the research notes. The man was starting to become more and more impatient. After reaffirming his goals and studying all of Orochimaru's research notes that he could, Kabuto was anxious to actually begin his plans and start trying to reach his goal. He was no longer afraid of potential death at the hands of Konoha shinobi. The man knew he could sneak around and avoid being seen and captured. He now needed to focus on just moving around, obtaining everything he needed, and beginning his own personal experiments. I really don't have the time to be wasting. It's about time I finally came out, Kabuto told himself as a smirk developed on his face. Time to go out in the world and begin the applications of my research and my plans. With that thought in his head, the right hand of Odogekyo left the safety of the lab and headed out into the streets of Konoha. After a few hours of unconsciousness, Uzumaki Naruto finally woke up with a splitting pain in his head. He pulled himself out of his bed and stretched, trying to get used to being awake. Finally up? I don't recall seeing somebody stay unconscious for that long just after a conversation. The Uzumaki quickly turned his focus towards Jiraiya. The man was sitting in a chair by the door to his room with a brown, plain notebook in his hands. Once Naruto had woken up, Jiraiya put the book away and started to walk closer towards the blonde. It was then that information hit Naruto, once again. The memories of his conversation with Hiruzen re-entered his head, how Namikaze Minato and a woman named Uzumaki Kushina were his parents, how he had a cousin in the village, and how the man standing in front of him was his godfather. How are you feeling, kid? Jiraiya asked. Need any water or something? No. I'm fine. I'm already becoming more awake. Naruto answered quickly. Jiraiya. So, you really are my godfather, huh? Yeah. Jiraiya answered with a nervous smile. An awkward tension developed in the room as both the newly appointed Chunin and the Sannin stared at each other. Both had things they wanted to talk about with the other but were uncertain exactly how to start their conversation. Despite the tension, Naruto genuinely hated periods of silence. Therefore, with a nervous sigh, he tentatively broke the ice. So, do you like ramen? He questioned. Heh. Jiraiya snickered at the question. Probably not as much as you do, but I do enjoy ramen. You ever had carriage fried chicken? No, I have not. The Uzumaki shook his head. Boy, you are missing out. I'll definitely order you your first meal, on me. 'Cause that stuff is the food of Kami-sama himself. The Sannin declared. There's a place in Mizuno-kuni that serves the best type of meat you'll ever have. Really? I wonder what type of ramen they have there then. Naruto wondered. The blonde then started to look at Jiraiya in curiosity. So you're the spymaster of Konoha, right? The guy who is like never in Konoha because you're always out in some unknown town or village in the other countries? What's the rest of the world like? What's the coolest place you've seen? Jiraiya grinned as he started to tell stories to the Uzumaki over the years as Konoha's spymaster, as well as the different types of people and places he encountered. He also made sure to answer a few questions the Uzumaki had about his parents' personalities and relationship. Similarly, Naruto told him about some of things about his own personal life, about his friends, and about his days as a genin. The godfather and godson duo took the time to finally reconnect as if they hadn't just met for the first time, no longer having that tension that existed. Naruto enjoyed himself greatly, but there was still another thought in the back of his head. Jiraiya was not the only living family member he was informed about during his conversation with the Hokage. Hey, Jiraiya? Naruto gave his godfather a curious look. Do you know where my cousin is supposed to be? Yeah. I know where her prison cell is. The Sannin nodded his head. Want to go meet her? Yeah, I would dash. Naruto stopped himself mid-sentence as he processed what his godfather told him. He gave him a confused look. Wait, prison cell? Why is she there? Did she try and do something to Konoha? It's kinda a long story. I'll explain on the way. Jiraiya answered with a shrug as he started to walk towards the front door of Naruto's apartment. Just follow me. With a nod of understanding, Naruto followed behind the Sannin. An awkward, tense silence had existed between Naruto and Jiraiya when they first truly started to talk with each other, but the blonde Uzumaki was easily able to break it. It was part of his natural charisma. This time, however, he was unable to break the ice as he studied his cousin, Taiya, intently. Jiraiya had informed him of his cousin's history and her actions. Naruto was now aware that she, like Dosu, was a former follower of Orochimaru. Unlike his friend, however, she was somebody who was caught and did not side against the traitor willingly. Jiraiya had informed him of her motivation, that he and the Hokage had learned from her, and he admired her for her ambitions. The conflicting ideas of her work with Orochimaru and her ultimate goals to restore the Uzumaki clan had confused the blonde exactly how she was going to be like and how to approach his conversation with her. Fortunately for him, Tayuya seemed willing to speak first. After studying the blonde for a few minutes in silence, she finally opened her mouth to talk to him. "So, you're Naruto, huh? You're the other Uzumaki?" she questioned. Yeah, that's me," Naruto answered with a nervous smile. "No offense, but when I first heard about you, I was expecting a guy with less blonde hair." "I don't think I've heard of a blonde Uzumaki," Tayuya commented. Her word choice suggested to Naruto that she was making a joke, but her tone of voice seemed to suggest otherwise. "Yeah, my mother was an Uzumaki and she had red hair. I just didn't inherit it," the Uzumaki replied with a chuckle. "I can see that." The former Sound 4 member deadpanned. She got up from her bed and walked closer towards Naruto. She continued to walk until she was directly in front of him. She then let a small smile grace her lips as she studied him. "But I can just feel it, you're an Uzumaki. You're literally the second member of our clan I have ever met. The Uzumaki clan, our clan, it really is alive. I'm happy to meet you, Naruto." I am too, Tayuya-ne." The blonde Uzumaki smiled in response. "Nay?" Tayuya blinked in response. The boy had just met her for the first time and he was referring to her with that honorific? She opened her mouth to question him about it, but she was interrupted when she felt him start to hug her. Immediately, her eyes hardened and she pulled him off. "Get off me!" Naruto blinked in confusion at her actions and frowned. Tayuya noticed immediately and sighed, shaking her head. "Sorry about that, I just don't like physical contact like that." The kunoichi apologized. "Nah, you shouldn't be sorry." The newly appointed Chunin shook his head. He then returned to smiling back at his cousin. "Still, I really am glad to meet you and meet someone from our clan. I really didn't think there actually was an Uzumaki clan anymore." He then gave a curious look towards the kunoichi. "And you really think there are more members of our clan around the nations?" "I don't think I know," Tayuya answered confidently. She brought her hands together, her right fist colliding with the open palm of her left hand. "I've already met our cousin in Kusa and I just know there are more out there. And you're going to find them," Naruto declared. He then shook his head, as if correcting his previous statement. "No, we are going to find them and bring them back here." "Look, do you actually believe the bullshit your Hokage was saying? He's not going to let me out of here," the former Sound 4 member answered with a shrug. "Honestly, I'm just lucky he's even letting me meet you. There's no way in hell that he's going to give me a chance to flee the village. The old man's a good guy and he keeps his word. If he said he was willing to work with you and help with your goal, then he means it," Naruto told his cousin with a sigh. "Believe that if you want." Tayuya sighed in response. She hadn't expected her cousin to be so naive. "All I know is that I worked under your Hokage's former student turned traitor. There's not a chance that he's actually sympathetic to my goals." Naruto frowned in response. He remained quiet for a few seconds as he tried to organize his thoughts together. "You know, I'm the student of Mitarashi Enko, Orochimaru's former apprentice. And she had just as much of a grudge against Orochimaru as the old man Hokage did." Naruto spoke up quietly. "I understand very clearly everything Orochimaru has done, and all the evil he has brought to the world. I'll never forgive him. And yeah, I don't think I'd like to be around somebody who worked with him willingly like you did. 'Cause unlike a friend of mine, you seemed to be aware exactly what Orochimaru was doing, but you were still working with him. But having said that, but I also understand what it's like to grow up without a family and want nothing more than to find one." The Kyubi Jinchuriki's voice grew softer, and he looked downward. Back when I lived at the orphanage and before I met my friends, I was completely desperate to make connections. All I wanted was somebody that loved me. I wanted a family more than anything else in the world. I couldn't imagine being like you, having a family only to get it taken away and being left with nobody. I completely understand why you would be willing to work with somebody like Orochimaru, and how you would be willing to do anything to meet your family. That's why, despite my opinions on Orochimaru, I am willing to give you a chance. Naruto finally looked up back to his cousin and smiled. Because you mean well and you want something that nobody can fault you for. And I know that the old man will be able to do like me and give you a chance. And with that chance, you and I can work together to help find the other members of our clan. Taiyuya had been quiet during Naruto's speech. The kunoichi, once he had finished, stared at him, completely dumbfounded. The boy knew of the nature of his work with Orochimaru and was the student of Mitarashi Enko. Despite those variables, he was willing to give her a chance. He was willing to see things from her perspective and sympathize with her. The red-haired Uzumaki had not trusted a single person since her parents' deaths. In her 14, almost 15, years of being alive, she had been a rather cynical human being who saw the worst in the people around her. Taiyuya wanted to rebuke Naruto's words and call him out on some form of bullshit within them. The woman, however, was unable to see any. Every word felt sincere to her. She wasn't certain if she truly believed him yet, but she really wanted to. You're quite special, aren't you? She finally spoke up once she cleared her mind. A small smile developed on her face once again. I'd like to find our clan together and rebuild it. And I'd love to help and rebuild the Uzumaki clan here. He told her as he held out his hand to her. And I give my word, as a shinobi of Konoha, that I'll do what I can to help rebuild our clan. In my opinion, the word of a shinobi means nothing. We're deceitful killers by occupation. Therefore, I'd like to give my word to you as an Uzumaki, as your cousin. Taiyuya spoke as she shook Naruto's hand. I'll show you and your Hokage that I'm trustworthy, and together, you and I will create our clan here in this village. A wide grin developed on Naruto's face, one that even Taiyuya was unable to prevent herself from reciprocating. The two of them finally had family once again and, if their plan followed through, would find more and more members of their clan. Hinata, in the end, took a little longer to arrive back at the Hyuga clan compound. She had to make a few personal errands and restock on equipment that she used during the Chunin exam finals and the invasion, errands that she had put off for longer than she should have. Once she finished, she opened the doors to the main building in the compound and prepared to walk to her room. Once she stepped inside, however, she was greeted by another member of her clan, Ko. Hinata-sama, Hayashi-sama has requested your presence for a moment. If you may, please go visit him in his personal study for just a little while, he informed her. Okay. Hinata nodded in understanding. The Hyuga heiress proceeded to walk down one of the hallways of her clan's compound in the direction of her father's personal study. It took her a few seconds before she reached the screen doors to the room. She opened the doors and was greeted by two men in the room, her father and her cousin. Father! She greeted him politely. She then turned her attention to the Hyuga prodigy and gave him a surprised look. Niji Nizan? Just as she had difficulty seeing her friends these past few days, she also had issues with finding her cousin. The last time she saw him was their personal fight during the Chunin exam finals. Hinata had intended on having a conversation with him and seeing how he was doing, but she could not find him. This was the first time she had the luxury to see him again, and unfortunately, it was not going to be in a private setting, where she could talk to him freely. Hinata-sama. It is nice to see you. Niji greeted her with a bow. His tone of voice was a surprise to her. It was not usually filled with his usual malice towards her. Instead, his tone was rather neutral. If anything, there was a slight polite edge to it. I see you did earn the Chunin rank. Congratulations. Thanks. Hinata replied with a smile. She was confused about Niji's tone and mood, but she wasn't going to question it too much. It made her happy to see her cousin's spirit uplifted in some way. Hinata, I have something I wish to discuss with you and Niji. Please give me your full attention. Hayashi spoke up. The Hyuga heiress nodded her head and walked in the room to stand side by side with her elder cousin. Both Hyuga looked towards the clan head, waiting for him to continue with whatever he had to say. I had been watching the match between you two during the Chunin exams intently. All of the Hyuga clan did. The clan heiress versus the prodigy of the branch family. There wasn't a single Hyuga in the audience that wasn't looking forward to your match. The results of the match stunned everybody, including me. Hayashi noted. I saw the two shinobi in our clan with the most potential to change our ways. Huh? Hinata gave her a father-confused look. Excuse me? Niji blinked in response, expressing the same confusion as Hinata. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Hizashi triggered these thoughts, and they've been in the back of my head ever since. But now I can't ignore it. The clan's division in two branches is weakening us as a unit. It feels as if we are two separate clans within one, Hayashi admitted with a sigh as he shook his head in frustration. It is late for me to have this realization and do something about it. The elders of our clan have too much of a personal check on me to be able to do something now. However, I think they wouldn't be able to do anything to the strength of two rising figures in our clan. Hinata Niji, I want you two to fix my mistakes and the mistakes of all previous clan heads, Hayashi requested to his daughter and nephew. From this day forward, I will oversee both of your training in the skills of our clan, and outside skills, and political training. In a few years, Hinata will take over as clan head. On that day, I want Niji to become your right hand, and the two of you together will bring forth reform to the clan. You both will be skilled, both in strength and in politics, to wrestle control from the elders before they can trap you both in their political agenda. And together, you two will unite our clan once and for all. Hinata and Niji remained quiet for a few minutes after Hayashi's speech. The two briefly exchanged looks between each other as they both tried to independently comprehend the full extent of what the father/uncle had just said. This will mean the removal of the seal on the branch family. Niji realized, his eyes widening as his hands instinctively went to his forehead protector and the seal underneath it. Correct. Hayashi nodded his head in affirmation. Is this even a possible feat? Niji questioned as he closed his eyes and thought, trying to deduce the probability of Hayashi's plan succeeding. We're going against traditions that have been in place longer than the existence of Konoha. The sole purpose of the elders is to maintain tradition. They aren't going to accept this, no matter what. This could ultimately lead to more divide in our clan. But if that's how we think, then nothing will change. Hinata spoke up quietly, yet confidently. Do you believe this can be done, Hinata-sama? Niji opened his eyes and stared at Hinata intently. I don't know. But it's worth a shot. My father's right, our clan is suffering from its divisions. And if there's something we can do to fix it, then we need to do it. Together, she answered with a smile on her face. This is going against tradition, the destiny of our clan. Niji felt himself trying to resist Hinata's argument. However, he recalled his own battle with her during the Chunin exams and his subsequent loss. The proof of her victory, her Chunin flak jacket, prevented him from ignoring it. But it was Hinata-sama's fate to be a failure, and she defied it. She surpassed me. If she can defy fate once, she can do it again, and perhaps this means that I can as well. You're right. We'll do this together, he stated firmly, nodding his head slightly in agreement with his own words. Niji Nizan. Hinata's smile grew wider at her cousin's words. I warn you all, I will be a ruthless instructor. I will teach you both everything I know, as a shinobi, as a member of the Hyuga clan, and as a politician. But I will do in hopes that you all can surpass me and do what I was unable to do, Hayashi informed them as he let a smile grace his lips. I have faith in the potential you both have. Ugh, this was a mistake. Shikamaru grumbled to himself, as he brought his hand to his neck uneasily. As soon as he mentioned to his parents that Kuratsuchi would be joining them for dinner, his mother had freaked out and started making arrangements. She dropped everything to personally cook the meal for tonight and made Shikaku and Shikamaru clean every area of the compound possible so that way it was presentable. She also demanded that Shikamaru dress up. The Nara heir was now wearing an elaborate black-green kimono, something he only wore for formal occasions. It's a pain, isn't it? Shikaku chuckled as he noticed his son's discomfort. Like him, he was wearing formal attire, a gray kimono with a red hakama over it that went a little past his waist. I hate dressing up. It's a pain. The Nara heir rolled his eyes. I don't understand what Mom's freaking out about and why everything needs to be perfect. It is literally just a friend of mine coming over for dinner. It's nothing more than that. Heh. Shikaku chuckled at his son's comments. She means well. She just wants to make a good impression and help you out. He patted his son on the shoulder. Have to say, I'm excited to meet this Kuratsuchi girl. Anybody that you actually have an interest in must be something special. Wait. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he realized what his father and mother were thinking. Hold on a second. Let me make something clear, we are just friends. Nothing more. Not yet. Shikaku commented with a snicker and a teasing grin on his face. Dad, don't be troublesome. His son groaned in response. Ha! Shikaku replied with a boisterous laugh. I'm not trying to be troublesome. I'm just talking. I guess I should wait to meet this Kuratsuchi girl before assuming something, although I will say that you are acting like me when I introduced your mother to my parents. So forgive me for making assumptions. Humph. Shikamaru shook his head in frustration. By the way, your little announcement about your friend took away from our earlier conversation, so I just wanted to say it again. Congrats on making Chunin so quickly. Shikaku informed his son. The grin on his face turned into a more sincere, proud smile. You did a good job during the exams. You have the right mind to lead. Thanks. Although, I don't know if I'd go that far to say that I'm ready to lead others. Shikamaru replied with a smile of his own as he rubbed the back of his head nonchalantly. I performed in the exams well because I figured it would be a waste of time to not give it my all. It just ended up being enough to earn the promotion. I don't know I'm really ready for all the responsibilities with the rank. It doesn't matter if you personally feel like you're ready or not, you displayed the qualities that show you have the capabilities to lead. And that's all that matters. Shikaku informed him. The Nara clan head proceeded to give his son a more serious look. Just know that your duties as a shinobi are going to become more serious. You can't afford to laze around on a mission. Always approach things with the right amount of attitude and energy. You can't afford to be lax for even 1 minute on the missions you'll now be assigned to. I realize that, Dad. Shikamaru informed him with a sigh. I'll do my job. I promise. Good. I have faith you will. And in your spare time, I'll ramp up your training. We'll start our training harder than ever until you learn everything that I can do. Shikaku informed him. Shikamaru opened his mouth to voice his opinions about more intensive training with his father, but the words died on his tongue as the sound of a knock sounded throughout the compound. That's her! Yoshino's voice boomed from another room in the compound. Shikamaru, let your friend in. We'll continue this talk later. Shikaku shrugged as he made a shooing gesture at his son. A smirk then developed on his face. Do as your mom said, Shikamaru. Go get your girlfriend and introduce us to her. Troublesome parents. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. With a sigh, the Nara heir walked towards the entrance to the compound. He then opened the front door to let Kuratsuchi in. Hey, come on in! Standing in front of him was Kuratsuchi. She was, however, not dressed in her normal attire. The girl was wearing a Western-style, sleeveless red dress. The dress went down from her neck and went down just below her knees. It was slightly tight and complemented her figure well. The kunoichi also wore a necklace with a singular pink gem on it. Shikamaru's eyes widened at the sight of the girl in front of him. He had never seen Kuratsuchi dressed like this before. Formal attire like dresses or kimonos didn't appear to fit her personality. Seeing her in a dress, however, showed him just good she looked in one, however. He had never really thought too much about his friend's physical appearance, but for the first time, he realized just attractive she actually was. Hey! She greeted him with a smile, pulling him out of his thoughts. Nice to see you can actually dress up. That your own kimono? I can dress up sometimes. And yes, it is. Shikamaru chuckled in response. Nice to see you dress up as well. You look nice, Kuratsuchi. A small pink tint developed on her cheeks, but the IWA kunoichi smiled in response. Thanks. Now, I'm not late or anything? It took me a little longer than I thought to find your clan's compound. No, you're on time, Shikamaru assured her. He then ushered for her to come inside. My parents have been excited to meet you, so come on in already. Don't have to tell me twice, she replied as she walked inside. Was Dad really that nerdy? He was the frickin' yandame. I expected to hear that he was this cool badass type. Naruto laughed. Yeah, badass is one of the last words I would use to describe Minato. He was definitely one on the battlefield, but in his personal life, he was just way too much of a dork. Jiraiya answered with a chuckle. It takes a special type of person to read science books on theories of space-time and physics and actually enjoy them for the knowledge. The Uzumaki continued to laugh. He and Jiraiya had spent most of the entire day simply chatting and getting to know each other. Naruto took every second he could to ask questions about his parents. Thanks to Jiraiya's answers, he was able to get a clearer picture of them in his head. They no longer seemed like blank silhouettes to him, and they were more than the names he had heard today. They were real people that he could actually imagine. Nothing would be able to take away his joy as he could finally envision what his parents were like. As the sun finished setting and the moon rose into the sky, Naruto started to yawn. He then walked over to his room slightly, mumbling goodnight to his godfather. "You going to bed already, kid? It only just turned night time." Jiraiya questioned his godson teasingly. "Yeah, I know. But I'm really tired. I've had a lot happen today and I need to sleep, I think," Naruto replied sleepily. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. He then walked towards the door to Naruto's apartment. "I'll be over sometime tomorrow. You get some sleep then, Naruto. Take care." Naruto smiled as he waved goodbye to Jiraiya. He then entered his room and lied on his bed, feeling content. Today had been a crazy day. Him earning his Chunin rank was actually the most tame thing to happen to him today. Learning about his parents, meeting his godfather, and meeting his cousin, so many different things happened and it took a lot to process everything. However, he was happy to have learned everything. "I finally know who my parents were. Dad was the frickin' yandame, and was actually a nice guy, and Mom was just like me." He chuckled to himself. A second passed by as a memory re-entered his mind. His mother was just like him. She was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and the Hokage had suspicions about the nature of the Kyuubi attack. His mind sobered immediately, and he felt himself becoming more awake once again. The old man may not be able to learn anything from his own investigations, but I bet I can learn something. I have a primary source, after all, he told himself. He got up from his bed and sat down. He took in a deep breath before he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he was now in his mind, standing in front of the gate of the Kyuubi. The fox was currently lying down on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. "Yo, Kyuubi!" Naruto called out to the fox. The fox didn't seem to have a reaction at all to Naruto's words. The Uzumaki's eyes then widened in realization as he recalled the word Shikaka had used during the invasion. "Kurama!" Immediately, the Kyuubi's eyes opened in anger and he charged towards Naruto, hitting the gate that was trapping him. The fox, unable to attack the boy, simply opted to snarl at him in anger. "I already told you, boy, you don't have the right to call me that name. Damn you, Shikaka, for giving my name," the Kyuubi hissed. "If you don't want me calling that, then fine. I was just trying to get your attention," Naruto said with a slight frown on his face. "Although, are you sure you prefer Kyuubi? I mean, wouldn't you prefer to be called by your own than some title you have? Only one human has ever called me by my name, and I will not insult his memory by letting you refer to me as such. So yes, call me Kyuubi," the fox demanded. "All right. If you say. I don't want to upset you or anything," Naruto sighed in response. "Humph." The Kyuubi shook his head in response. "Anyway, let's cut to the chase. I know why you are here. I overheard that conversation you had with your Hokage. You want to learn about the night where your damn father sealed me inside you." "Yes. I do." The Uzumaki nodded his head in affirmation. "Is the old man right and was something, or someone, involved? Something that released you from your seal and made you attack the village and kill my parents? A Jinchuriki seal is weakened during childbirth. It gave me the one opportunity where I could have gotten out. Why do you assume I needed something help to release myself?" The Kyuubi questioned Naruto. I don't know. The Hokage told me that my father made plans to make sure you couldn't get out alone, so I think somebody would have to have intervened," Naruto answered uneasily. "Besides, it looked as if the person influenced you to attack the village. My mom was your Jinchuriki. Would you have really killed willingly? You're an idiot, and I don't understand your logic. Your mother was the sole thing holding me back from my freedom. Why would I not want to get revenge and kill her?" The Kyuubi continued to question. "Again, I don't know. But I just don't think you would have," Naruto admitted with a sigh. "Look, when we met the first time during the second exam, I felt there was a lot more to you than I initially thought. You didn't seem like the monster I had imagined you would be. And well, knowing that you had a connection with my mom, I just can't imagine you killing her. I don't think you are evil like that. You don't think of me as evil?" The Kyuubi appeared stunned by the revelation. "I like to think I'm good at reading people. I may not be able to do it always, but I think I can meet somebody and get a feeling of what they are like," Naruto answered with a sigh. "A man like Orochimaru or those two guys that attacked us on Tenchi Bridge, they were evil. I could tell almost immediately. But you?" The Uzumaki let a small, uneasy smile cross his lips. I just think there's something else to you. I can tell you're an angry person, but I don't know if evil is the right word I would use. I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel it, and because of that, I really feel that you wouldn't just attack the village and kill my parents, especially my mom, just like that. The fox's eyes were wide in surprise. He simply could not understand Naruto's logic. The Uzumaki could just feel that he wasn't evil. He didn't seem like to kill meaninglessly. The Kyuubi hated humanity. Humans were, in his opinion, the root of all evil in the world. Naruto, in his mind, was just like the others, and he wanted to try and distance himself from him once the two had established their mental connection with each other. He tried to antagonize him and offend the blonde into hating him. He, however, seemed to ignore the Kyuubi's attempts and seemed willing to give him a chance. If the blonde didn't see him as evil, would he then see him as something more than just a tool? Probably not. The fox thought bitterly. However, he's interested me enough that I think I can tell him about the truth. You amuse me, kid. Very well. I will talk to you about the day of your birth. He spoke, getting Naruto's attention. Now, before I begin, I have to ask you one question. What do you know about Uchiha Madara? Night fell over Konoha. Many of the residents were starting to turn in and go off to sleep. Unlike them, however, Jiraiya instead was walking through the streets feeling relief that he hadn't felt in years. After years of waiting, he finally got to meet his godson. He was now also on the way to developing a genuine relationship with him. Minato, Kushina, you two would be so pleased with the man he is becoming. Jiraiya told himself with a smile on his lips. Due to the day and the sheer amount of fun he had been having with Naruto, the Toad Sannin waited until Naruto went to sleep before he continued with his duties and head towards the Hokage's office. He entered the room through the window. Hiruzen, as he had expected, was still in the office and was working on paperwork. The Sannin smirked at the sight of his sensei, hard at work. You know, it's days like these where I see you do nothing but paperwork when I realize I'm glad I'm not the Hokage. I could never stay cooped up in an office doing busy work. He commented to his teacher. This busy work is only because of the invasion and needs to be done. It's not much of an issue. Hiruzen replied, not even looking up to his student. He was too focused on his work. I thought you mentioned you'd be here around 7. It's much later than that. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. The Sannin replied, rubbing the back of his head. But hey, I was with Naruto. Forgive me for just taking advantage of our time together for a bit. I know. That's what I assumed you were doing. And I don't fault you for that. Just send me a shadow clone to inform me the next time, the Hokage requested. He finally looked up from the paperwork and gave his student a curious look. How is he? Taking everything very well. He's accepted what his parents had to do and doesn't blame them. He's now just asking about everything I know about them. He got a real kick when I explained to him how Minato proposed to Kushina. Jiraiya commented with a snicker. I remember that day. Hiruzen smiled fondly as he remembered the elaborate plan Minato had for Kushina. Kushina really rubbed off on him. It's the only way I can ever truly explain why he, the rule-abiding, polite Namikaze Minato, was willing to vandalize the Hokage monument to write "Will you marry me, Kushina-hime?" and paint a small, chibi-like version of himself on his knees. You may call it vandalism, but the villagers and I had to say that it was cute, especially when she responded back by writing the word yes underneath and painting a chibi version of herself kissing him. The Sannin stated as his snickering turned into full-blown laughter. It was cute, yes. They were a lovely couple. Hiruzen chuckled. He then pushed the thought to the side to focus on why he had called Jiraiya to the office. And did you introduce him to his cousin? I did. And to be honest, they hit it off better than I thought, Jiraiya admitted. Based on the little interaction I had with her, I thought she was going to hate him, but she seemed to be interested in him. And they both were just excited to meet another Uzumaki. I figured. The Sandaime Hokage nodded his head in understanding. I'd like for them to strengthen their relationship and help re-establish the Uzumaki clan. I'm thinking of assigning them to a mission to investigate Yuzushiogakure. Jiraiya blinked in response. Assign a mission? Sensei, Taiuya isn't a Konoha shinobi. Yeah, she seems to get along with Naruto, but we still don't know how sincere she truly is. I want to believe her, but you have to be realistic with how you handle her. I realize all of this. Taiuya is still a wild card in regards to her loyalties. That is why on that mission, I'd like you to go with them and observe her. See if she makes an attempt against Konoha or tries to flee. This can really test if she is being truthful in regards to her loyalty, Hiruzen stated. Besides, I feel like letting her visit Yuzushiogakyu will show her that she, and the Uzumaki clan, means something to us. I feel like this could ultimately result in her becoming a trustworthy shinobi who doesn't have to live a life under arrest. This could pave the way to her becoming an active member of Konoha. I see. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. I can do that. So the mission will just be me, Naruto, and Tayuya? Yes. I'll make it a B-rank mission and will pay for it myself. I'll work out the specific details later, but I'd really appreciate if they tried to maybe learn something from their trip about their clan. After all, most of the areas of Yuzushiogakyu are still inaccessible to non-Uzumaki. That clan was too good with Fuinjutsu. Hiruzen chuckled. And who knows? Maybe along the way, they'll encounter more members of their clan? There are rumors that a few members of the clan live somewhere near the ruins of the village. It's all possible. Who knows? Jiraiya shrugged. But I'll definitely be willing to go on the mission. Send me a message when you want us to head out, and I'll make the arrangements with her and Naruto. Will do. Expect the mission within the next few days. I'll file the official mission once I have the time, Hiruzen informed him. This was honestly all I wanted to discuss with you. You're dismissed now, Jiraiya. The Sannin nodded. He then left the office, mumbling something about red light district and research. Hiruzen chuckled at his student's words before returning his focus to his paperwork. He was just about to start up again when he was interrupted the sound of his office's door being slammed open. Hokage-sama! A Chunin exclaimed frantically as he rushed inside. As someone from Oto attacked the researchers that were studying Orochimaru's corpse. What? The Sandaime shouted before he made a singular hand sign, disappearing in a shunshin. Deep within the basement of the torture and investigation department was a room filled with the bodies of 4 dead researchers. They were all Tokubetsu Jonin specializing in forensic investigation and were studying Orochimaru's body. All of them were amongst 5 shinobi hand chosen by the Hokage to work on this case, making him feel personally responsible for their deaths. Ibiki, due to his role as the head of the department, and the Sandaime were currently in the room doing their own investigation of the murders. How do we know someone from Oto killed them? Hiruzen questioned. 4 out of the 5 died. The 5th one is currently in the hospital and is being treated. We don't know if he'll make it through. Ibiki sighed in response. He, too, was involved with the decision-making process for the researchers and therefore felt that he was also partially responsible for their deaths. Nevertheless, he was conscious when we arrived on the scene and he recognized the Otogekyu forehead protectors. Did he mention any specifics of the attacker's appearance? The Hokage asked. Silver hair and glasses, Ibiki answered, gritting his teeth. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. Yakushi Kabuto! Damn it! The Sandaime slammed his fist against the wall of the room, causing it to crack slightly. Ibiki had no reaction to the Hokage's action. So much damage could have been saved if we had recognized that spy sooner. I've already informed the ANBU and they are out scouring the village for him, Ibiki informed him. If they don't find him before tonight, I'd recommend putting him in the bingo book. He's a threat to this village the longer he is left alive, especially considering what he has taken from the village. What did he take? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed on the TNI department head. As you can see here, he has taken Orochimaru's right hand, Ibiki explained, pointing to Orochimaru's body. The deceased body was still in the room, lying on a table with a bunch of instruments next to it. As Ibiki had said, the body was missing its right hand. For some reason, he didn't take the whole body. I presume he wanted some of his master's DNA, but didn't want to travel with the whole body. I don't really know his full motives. The Tokubetsu Jonin gritted his teeth again, imagining the spy escaping the village. Regardless, that wasn't all he took. Apparently, he broke into the graves of many important shinobi and labs in the building here and stole DNA and blood samples from them. The Sandaime's face paled immediately. What samples did he take? Plenty of them. But there was one body he raided in particular. The entire body was taken, along with all of the associated blood samples we had of her. Ibiki began listing names, starting with the person whose whole body Kabuto had taken. As the TNI department head continued to recite information, Hiruzen's face continued to pale further and further, and he felt a sickness developing in his stomach. By the time the man had finished his report, The Hokage could only shake his head in frustration and disappointment. I can't believe it was that easy. Kabuto chuckled to himself. Perhaps it was due to the nature of his work. One of his specialties, after all, was stealth, and he had earned the praise of Orochimaru, Danzo, and Sasori for his abilities. Whatever the reason, Yakushi Kabuto was able to get out of the village as fast as he could with bags and scrolls filled with all of the DNA and blood samples he could obtain. Orochimaru-sama, I hope from wherever you are in hell, you are watching me. Your research was complete, and I will be the one to actually implement the fruits of your research on this world. The right hand of Orochimaru chuckled to himself. With that thought in his mind, Kabuto continued to rush through the forests away from Konoha and towards the High-no-Kuni border. He had many plans that he needed to implement, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Chapter 35, Being Chunin. So you are telling us that your parents are Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato are Yondaime. Enko started to speak. That Jiraiya of the Sannin is your godfather. Shikamaru continued. And that you have a cousin living in this village, one that was formerly working for Orochimaru? Hinata finished. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in response. The Hokage had given him the okay to inform anybody he deemed trustworthy about the revelations he had learned the day before. He knew his teammates were trustworthy and would not spread the information, and therefore, he wasted no time in telling them. When Enko invited the team to a celebratory home-cooked breakfast at her apartment to congratulate them on earning their promotions, Naruto decided that was the time to let them know. Just like him, however, the 3 other members of Team 3 were quiet and in deep thought after hearing everything. It was a lot to take in all at once. The silence was finally broken by Enko with a deep sigh. Well damn. I guess becoming a Chunin doesn't really mean much after all of that. The newly appointed Jonin commented. Still, Namikaze Minato? The fucking Yondaime? Enko then leaned forward to get a better look at Naruto's face. She then proceeded to chuckle. Don't know how none of us have seen that. Honestly, you look a lot like him. I guess a little. Naruto replied with a smile. But I like to think I got the looks from both of my parents. I have some of my mom in me. Uzumaki Kushina actually sounds like a familiar name to me, but I can't really remember where I heard that name before. Shikamaru commented as he closed his eyes and thought. I think my dad may have said something about her once. Kushina. Hinata mumbled to herself. That name sounds so familiar to me, but where would I have heard it before? I'd be surprised if that was the only person you heard about her from. Enko snorted at Shikamaru's words. She was a fucking legend amongst kunoichi that actually gave a damn about their career. And honestly, I think she actually was in the running for the Yondaime position like your father. Really? Naruto's eyes widened. Jiraiya and the old man didn't really say too much about her skills. All they told me were her nicknames in the bingo books and that she was a good shinobi. Better than good kid, Enko declared. Just look one of those nicknames up in one of the older books and I'm sure you'll find something interesting about her. Will do, the Uzumaki replied in mock salute. He then brought his hand to the back of his head once again and rubbed it sheepishly. Anyway, I don't want you all thinking differently because my parents were badass shinobi or something. I just wanted to let you guys know since I just heard about it, and I'd want you all to know. Naruto, you could be the direct son of the Rikudo Sennin, and it wouldn't change my opinion of you. You're still the same annoying blonde that I've known since the academy. Shikamaru chuckled in response. Oh haha. Funny. Naruto rolled his eyes. The blonde did have a smile on his face, however, after hearing the Naruto's words. Not trying to be. Just saying my opinion. Shikamaru continued to chuckle. Although, in all seriousness, I think it's pretty cool that the Yondaime is your dad and that this Kushina woman was your mom. I think it's amazing that you found out who your parents are, and I'm so happy for you, Naruto-kun. Hinata stated with a wide smile on her face. The Hyuga heiress had a very strong read on Naruto and his own personal desires. She knew how much he wanted a family of his own and therefore, knew how much knowing who his parents were, no matter who they were, meant to him. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto replied as a small blush developed on his cheeks. Before anyone could properly realize that Naruto was blushing, a loud rumbling noise came from the blonde's stomach. His blush intensified and he was now chuckling in embarrassment. Shikamaru shook his head in amusement, Hinata giggled, and Enko proceeded to laugh loudly. Damn kid, you're hungry, the Jonin commented with a smirk. She then walked over to the counter in her apartment's kitchen. Can't blame you though. You all came over for breakfast and then you dropped the ball on us with your announcement, so I forgot to get working on food again. She then hurried over to her fridge and pulled out a carton of eggs. We got to hurry and eat too. We all need to meet up with the IWA shinobi before they head out. Yeah, I know. Naruto stopped mid-sentence and looked at his Jonin sensei in surprise. Wait, the IWA shinobi are leaving? Yeah. Kuratsuchi told me last night. Shikamaru answered, frowning at the thought of the IWA kunoichi leaving. They're not Konoha shinobi, you know? And that Tsuchikage is with them. They really can't afford to just sit around and waste time here. They have their own home they need to head back to. I see. Naruto sighed in response. The Uzumaki was going to miss spending time with Rashi and Han. He had become close with the Yambi Jinchuriki, and even closer to the Gobi Jinchuriki, and really enjoyed every second with them. He also really liked both Kuratsuchi and Roto and didn't want them to leave. He didn't want to imagine his friends leaving, especially if he didn't know when he would see them again. So let's hurry up with breakfast and get out so we can see them off on time, Enko replied as she started to crack one of her eggs. You guys are in for a real treat, by the way. This is your first time having a meal prepared by yours truly. Now, prepare to be amazed by the best damn omelet you will ever have, cooked Mitarashi style. Breakfast at Enko's apartment went by quickly for the members of Team 3. Enko was not kidding. She could indeed make an amazing omelet and earn the approval of all her students. Each of them happily finished their meal and thanked their sensei multiple times. Once they had finished, the group chatted amongst each other about the exams as they killed time before they needed to meet up with the IWA shinobi. Time went by fast, however, and it soon became noon, the scheduled departure time. The members of Team 3 hurried over to the gates of Konoha where they saw the group of IWA shinobi waiting. At the front of the group was Inoki and Hiruzen. The two Sandaime Kage were chatting quietly with each other about something. Team 3 ignored them, however, and focused on a group of 5, Rashi, Han, and Han's students. You guys made it on time. For a moment there, I thought you were all going to arrive late and miss us. Kuratsuchi commented with a smile. Her eyes were focused on Shikamaru as she emphasized the word late. You think you're so funny, don't you? Shikamaru sighed. Please, I'm more than funny. I'm fucking hysterical. Kuratsuchi replied with an eye roll. Her joke earned a grumble from the Nara, but a laugh from the other members of Team 3, Rashi, Roto, and even Risho. The Uzumaki noticed the Kurigane's laughter and turned to face the boy for the first time since their match. How are you doing, by the way, Risho? Naruto asked slightly hesitantly. Is everything, okay? Risho's eyes moved slightly to the side as he looked towards another group of IWA shinobi towards his cousin, Kasari. The elder Kurigane clan member had a scowl on his face and was purposely looking away from him. Risho eventually turned his attention back to Naruto and sighed. I'll be fine. I had a good talk with Rashi and Han sensei. I'm not going to get kicked out of my clan, but I know my cousin's going to damage my reputation amongst them. The Kurigane clan member sighed. Your cousin is an asshole, the Uzumaki stated loudly. The rest of the IWA shinobi in the area heard his comment. Kasari turned to face Naruto and glared at him, but gave no other reaction. Seeing his cousin's reaction, Risho started to laugh again. He really is. You don't even know the half of it, he commented between his laughs. Once he finally calmed down and stopped laughing, he gave the Uzumaki a curious look. By the way, you were being serious after our fight in the exams, right? You want to rematch me someday? Naruto nodded in response, prodding the Kurigane to continue. Then you best start preparing for it. My training regime is going to be doubled, and the next time you see me, you'll be facing the best swordsman IWA has produced in years. Cocky, aren't ya? Naruto asked with a smirk. Risho returned his smirk with one of his own. A little, yeah, but you have to set your expectations high. If they're too low, you don't really have much to try and reach for. The IWA genin then extended his fist towards Naruto, and his smirk turned into a good-natured smile. You beat me once before, so I got to work to get back to your level and take you down next time. So you're going to need to train hard as well, because I want to earn my victory over you. Believe me, you're going to have to work hard for it. Naruto commented as he fist-bumped the Kurigane clan member. The teammates of the two shinobi noticed the interaction between Naruto and Risho and smiled at their comments. Hinata turned to Roto before she spoke to him. Risho-san seems to be a lot nicer towards Naruto-kun. And Konoha in general. She noted. Yeah, he has. I still think he's still kinda a dick, but he does seem to have a better attitude towards everyone. Losing to Naruto probably did help him. Roto commented with a shrug. He then reached into the backpack he was wearing and pulled out a small notebook. Anyway, I wanted to give this to you before we left, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan? After hearing the name, Naruto turned his attention away from Risho and looked at Roto and Hinata. The Hyuga heiress was currently looking through the book with curiosity. It was a book of flower species, many of which she had never seen before. Each page was filled with a new flower, its common and scientific name, the environment where it would grow naturally, and any poison and medicinal benefits of the flower. The girl continued to turn through each page with great interest. Most of the flowers are from Tsuchi no Kuni, so if you are ever in the country on a mission there, you'll know what to look for. Roto commented with a smile. You know, if you're still looking for a species to make a good medicinal cream, it'll help me a lot, Hinata declared as she finally closed the book and gave the civilian-born IWA genin a smile. Thanks you so much, Roto-kun. A slight frown crossed Naruto's lips as he watched Roto chuckle in response. Uzumaki, when he heard that Roto liked Hinata from Rashi, thought that the Yonbi Jinchuriki was lying to just get a reaction from him. Seeing the civilian-born genin now, and thinking back to his interaction with Hinata, he realized that it was no lie. Roto did like Hinata. And he was not the most subtle person about it. You know, I don't think she's aware he likes her. Somehow, Risho commented nonchalantly with a shrug as he noticed Naruto staring at the other two genin. But I guess it doesn't matter. She'll know the next time he sees her. Roto told us that the next time we meet you guys again, he's going to ask her out. I see. Naruto shook his head in response as his mind began to process that information. Okay, I have to talk to Hinata before that then. Hey Naruto, you doing okay? Kuratsuchi questioned, snapping him out of his thoughts. I'm fine. Naruto replied, turning his attention towards the IWA Kunoichi. I'm Dash. Naruto's words died on his tongue as a realization came to his mind. Although Kuratsuchi had warmed up to the idea of accepting Konoha and understanding their actions during the Third Shinobi World War, she was still not fond at all of the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto's father. She had even already asked him about his relation to him when he did not know about it. A frown crept up on his face as he imagined how she would react to learning about who his father was. Would she care? Would she hate him for telling a lie about who it was? Would she hate him solely because of what her father did to IWA during the war? Yo, Naruto! Pay attention. Kuratsuchi spoke up as she snapped her fingers in front of his face. He moved back in surprise at her actions. It took him a second to calm down before he looked at Kuratsuchi and sighed. Sorry, I'm kinda spacing out a bit. I just have a lot on my mind. Care to talk about it? She offered. Aye, next time. I'll have everything resolved and can talk about it the next time I see you, Naruto told her with a smile as he held out his hand towards her. Does that sound good to you? I suppose. Kuratsuchi nodded her head as she extended her hand and shook his. Keep training hard, Naruto. I'm aiming to become a Jonin ASAP, so you should be doing the same if you don't want to get left behind. I'll be a Jonin too then. You're not getting ahead of me. I got to become Hokage before you become Tsuchikage, after all. Uzumaki replied back. As if that'll happen. Kuratsuchi grinned in response. She then turned her attention towards Shikamaru. You should try to get promoted too, Shikamaru. I don't want you following behind as well, just because you're a little lazy. I'll see what happens. Shikamaru sighed in response. I won't try and not get promoted. That's probably the best I can hope from you at the moment. Kuratsuchi sighed. She broke her handshake with Naruto and walked towards the Nara with a smile. It's been really fun. We'll see each other again sometime, so you take care of yourself, okay? And you take of yourself as well. The Nara said back with a smile of his own. Don't overwork yourself too much. I won't. Just don't slack off too much either. The IWA Kunoichi replied. Before Shikamaru could say something back, Kuratsuchi reached forward and hugged him. Instead of replying verbally, the Nara opted to returning the hug. Not to be rude and interrupt something, but we really should be heading out. Han spoke up, clearing his throat and getting the attention of the group. The Tsuchikage and Hokage are done conversing with each other. The group nodded to each other. Team 3 said their goodbyes, once again, to Roto, Risho, and Kuratsuchi. They then said goodbye to Han and Rashi. Naruto was the last one to walk up to the two Jinchuriki. He smiled at them. "Old man, Han and you two need to come back sometime again," he told them. "Or you come up to IWA. There's a couple places in our village that I think you'd like. At the very least, we have a couple of ramen stands for you to try." Rashi chuckled. "Regardless, whether in our village, yours again, or somewhere in the world, we will see each other again," Han noted in a cheerful tone of voice. He brought his hand down to Naruto's head and ruffled his hair, causing the Uzumaki to chuckle in response. "Take care of yourself, Otsuto. And you take care of yourself, Han and he replied. Rashi and Han, along with Han's students, noticed in their peripheral vision that the Sandaime Tsuchikage and the other IWA shinobi were starting to leave. Waving goodbye one last time, the 5 IWA shinobi followed behind the others. In a few minutes, the group was completely gone and the gates to Konoha were closed. "Well, I had enough sappy moments to last me for the rest of the day," Enko replied with a chuckle as she started to walk enough. "I know I'm not technically your sense anymore, but I really got used to training with you brats. Stop by the training field at our usual time whenever you want, and I'd be more than happy to keep working with you guys. We'll be there." Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru told her in near unison. Enko grinned in response as she waved goodbye to them as she walked away. With the Jonin gone, Hinata turned to Naruto with reddish-tinted cheeks. Naruto-kun? Do you care if we go on a walk for a little bit? I kinda wanted to talk to you," Hinata questioned. Naruto nodded in agreement, a smile developing on his face and his cheeks turning red as well. He opened his mouth to verbally agree, but he was interrupted by another person's voice. "I hate to interrupt, but do you care if I borrow Naruto-kun first?" Hiruzen spoke up as he walked toward the group. The newly appointed Chunin looked towards the Sandaime Hokage. They had forgotten that he had even been at the gate with them, seeing off the IWA shinobi. Naruto noticed the serious look on the Hokage's face and he nodded in understanding. He then turned to Hinata and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I think I need to go do this. I'll meet up with you soon, okay?" he promised her. "Why yeah, that's okay," Hinata replied with a small smile. "I'll see you later, Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama." Both the Uzumaki and the Hokage nodded as they walked off, towards the academy and the Hokage's office. Hinata and Shikamaru were left alone. When Naruto and Hiruzen were out of hearing distance, the Hyuga heiress let out a frustrated groan. "I was finally going to talk to him about my feelings," she grumbled to herself. "Heh. Were you now?" Shikamaru teased the Hyuga. Hinata noticed a trace of doubt in Shikamaru's tone of voice. She looked at him with a determined look on her face. "I was. I really was. The Hyuga heiress sighed in response. "I'll just talk to him later now, I guess." I believe you. The Nara reassured her with a chuckle. Hinata hummed to herself as she closed her eyes in thought as she began to wonder exactly how she would talk to Naruto. Another thought, however, entered her head and she looked at the Nara with a sly, teasing smirk developing on her face. "I'll worry about that later. Anyway, how are you and Kuratsuchi doing? That was rather long for a hug between friends, you know?" It was Shikamaru's turn to blush brightly in response. He grumbled in response, trying to come up with some coherent response. He ultimately failed, however, causing Hinata to giggle, much to his chagrin. "Jiraiya? Taiyuya-ne? What are you two doing here?" Naruto questioned. When the Hokage had asked Naruto if he could talk with him, he requested that they headed to his office. Once they arrived, they were greeted by Jiraiya and Taiyuya, who were already present in the room. The Sannin was currently writing something down on a notebook and didn't seem to immediately respond to the presence of Naruto or the Hokage. Taiyuya, on the other hand, focused her attention solely on the two. "I don't know. I'm here because my presence was required. I can't leave my prison cell for any other reason after all." Taiyuya rolled her eyes. "Hey old man, what do you want with me?" "You're here because you, Naruto-kun, and Jiraiya are all going to go on a mission together," Hiruzen replied as he walked over to his desk and sat down in the chair. Both Naruto and Taiyuya looked at the man in confusion. Naruto was surprised to hear that he was getting a mission so fast since his promotion to Chunin and was even more surprised that it was going to be a mission with his cousin and his godfather, his only known living family. Tayuya, on the other hand, was surprised simply that the Hokage was treating her as if she was a shinobi of Konoha. You do know that I'm not one of your ninja, right? Or is your old age starting to affect your memory? She reminded him sharply. I'm aware you aren't a shinobi of Konoha, Tayuya, Hiruzen replied. Yet. He pushed that thought to the side as he began to speak up. However, this mission is something I thought you'd be interested in, and I'm willing to let you go on it. I need a group of shinobi who are able to investigate the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. Yuzushiogakure? Naruto repeated the name in surprise. You mean, the home of the Uzumaki clan? Our clan? Tayuya continued, her eyes blinking over and over again. Yuzushio and Konoha were allies long, and it's one of my own personal regrets that we, as a village, couldn't stop the attack that destroyed the village. Hiruzen's eyes went downward as he recalled hearing the news and learning about the destruction. Too much time has passed and many villagers seem to have forgotten the importance of Yuzushio to our village. Therefore, I think it's time I finally send a group to investigate the destruction. You never sent one before? Tayuya questioned, both out of curiosity and in suspicion. Hiruzen shook his head. I wasn't going to send a group that didn't have an Uzumaki in it. Unfortunately, the only Uzumaki in the village was your mother, Naruto-kun, and Kushina was not comfortable visiting the ruins. Mom didn't want to go. Naruto asked in confusion. Hiruzen opened his mouth to elaborate, but he was interrupted by the former Sound 4 member. What do you mean that you weren't going to send a group without an Uzumaki? She asked. As you surely know, Tayuya, the Uzumaki clan shinobi were renowned for being experts in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya spoke up, putting away his notebook and giving full attention to the conversation around him. There are many areas in Yuzushiogakure that are protected by their seals to this very day, seals that prevent any person that does not have the Uzumaki blood from entering. So only an Uzumaki can enter the village? Naruto asked. No. I think all protective seals of that nature were destroyed when the village was invaded. Jiraiya answered glumly. In the village, however, there are certain areas still being protected by their seals. And there are traps that'll injure or kill any non-Uzumaki intruder. Ah, I see. So that's why I'm here. A scowl started to develop on Tayuya's face. You think that I'll be your guinea pig and will give out my clan secrets to you, huh? Well, newsflash, shithead, but I won't dash. I'm not asking for your clan secrets, Tayuya. Hiruzen spoke up loudly, interrupting her speech. The Sandaime then immediately sighed. Tayuya's constant cynicism was still something he was getting used to. All I want to know is the condition of the village and that the traditions of the Uzumaki can be passed down to the surviving members of the clan, you too. If you want to share information with Konoha, then I'd be willing to take it. But I just want to make sure that any information there will not be permanently lost. And if you and Naruto-kun think that the information should remain a secret for only you and your descendants, then so be it. The red-headed Uzumaki was stunned into silence at the Hokage's words. He was willing to let her keep secrets about Yuzushiogakure if she wanted to. It was already surprising to her that he was going to allow her to leave her prison and Konoha to travel to her clan's ruined village. To hear that she would be allowed to learn her clan's secrets and keep them private was a surprise to her, one she had a hard time believing. I don't know if I think things should be kept a secret for our clan or if things should be known to the village. But one thing's right. I want to see the village and see what my ancestors had kept hidden there. I want to learn as much about the Uzumaki as I possibly can. Naruto declared as he looked at the Sandaime Hokage with determination in his eyes. I'm ready for the mission whenever. Learn about our clan. Tayuya repeated Naruto's words. All the surviving Uzumaki should be able to do that, maybe. Am I in a position to ask for a request? Or do I simply have to go along with what you order us? The redhead spoke up quietly. You can ask something. If it's not much of a hassle, then I will agree to it. Hiruzen informed her. I discussed with you earlier that I know of another Uzumaki in Kusa, Tayuya stated. Her words gathered Naruto's attention, who was surprised to hear that there was another known Uzumaki alive. If it's not too much, I'd like to send a letter to her and invite her to go with us. You want to invite a shinobi of Kusa? Jiraiya questioned. His eyes were narrowed in suspicion at the former subordinate to Orochimaru. No, I'm not. Karen may be a shinobi, but she's an Uzumaki first. I'd like to invite another Uzumaki to take the opportunity to visit our ancestors' village with us. Tayuya spoke up. I'm fine with that. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Although he did now know who this Karen was and what she was like, the idea of meeting more family to him was important. He was willing to trust her and wanted to see what she was like. I'm fine with that. Hiruzen voiced his opinion. Naruto grinned in response and brought his left hand and right palm together. Tayuya and Jiraiya, on the other hand, were looking at the Hokage in shock at his request. You're going to allow her to come with us? Tayuya questioned in disbelief. You are right, and Uzumaki should be given the right to visit that village. Hiruzen informed her with a smile on his face. Write me a personal letter for her and I'll send it, along with a request letter to Kusa. They'll respond back immediately, and if she is given permission to come, then the mission will begin when she arrives here. Oh, okay, Tayuya replied. A smile developed on her face as she looked at the Sandaime Hokage. You have my gratitude, old man. See, I told you he wasn't that bad. Old man Hokage is actually a really nice, cool guy, Naruto informed his fellow Uzumaki with a chuckle. I can see that now, I can see. Tayuya admitted with a chuckle. With the decision about the mission made, Naruto was dismissed and allowed to return to his apartment. Tayuya was then escorted by another shinobi back to her cell, where she would await the arrival of Karen and the beginning of the mission. The Hokage was now left alone with his student. Sarutobi-sensei, are you sure it's wise to bring along this girl from Kusa? Jiraiya questioned. I suppose this is a risk, but I really do want Tayuya to trust us. I'm willing to allow this. I trust you will know if she is a potential threat to the village, and will handle her accordingly, like you will Tayuya if she actually tries something on the mission. Hiruzen informed him. Besides, I was being sincere when I said that I would like the information of Uzushio to pass on to the current living Uzumaki. I knew too many good Uzumaki in my lifetime that would want their knowledge to be passed down. If it means sharing that information with Kusa, then so be it. If you say. Jiraiya sighed. He then started to walk towards the window. Anyway, I'm going to back and visit Naruto again. If we have some downtime before the mission, I'm going to begin training him. You do that. I'm sure he wouldn't mind learning from one of the Sannin. The Hokage chuckled in response. His student chuckled in response as he opened the window door. With a wave goodbye, the man left the room, leaving Hiruzen alone. The Sandaime Hokage, once again, returned his attention towards the pile of paperwork left on his desk. Almost done. Soon I'll be done with all the post-invasion paperwork, he told himself as he took the first sheet of paper. God, why am I still doing this job? I need to find a successor and fast. The Hokage continued to grumble to himself about candidates for the Godaime Hokage as he started reading the contents of the paper. After leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya had intended on heading towards Naruto's apartment immediately. However, as he made his way down the street, he remembered the ideas he was writing in his notebook and was struck with inspiration to do research. He promptly rushed over to the hot springs of Konoha and found a hiding spot. He spent the next 2 hours writing down various ideas after seeing the women at the hot springs and hearing them to talk to each other. A cheeky grin stayed on his face the entire time, and he had to stop his research multiple times to rub away the blood dripping from his nose. At this rate, Aika Tactics is going to be my best work yet. I can't wait to get it finished, he told himself. Once his research was complete, he left the hot springs and returned to Naruto's apartment. The Sannin entered and saw Naruto sitting at his dinner table, reading a book. The blonde looked upward at the sound of footsteps and a grin developed on his face after seeing Jiraiya. Hey! What's up? He asked his godfather as he turned a page in his book. Doing good. Had a very productive afternoon, Jiraiya replied with a perverted giggle. Naruto gave him a strange look for a second, but shrugged. He then turned his attention back to his book. This gathered Jiraiya's attention as he started to walk closer to Naruto. What book are you reading? You didn't strike me as the type to like reading for fun, he noted. I don't really, but I know the author, so I wanted to look into it. Have you heard of Tengaku no Sado? Naruto questioned as he put the book down. Almost instantaneously, Jiraiya's face darkened at the mention of the book. His eyes narrowed in anger on the book and his fists tightened. He remained silent for a second before he finally managed to gather his voice and speak. What? Naruto, seemingly oblivious to Jiraiya's darker mood, answered innocently. It's a book about a hidden shinobi village. It's about its history and the cool shinobi that live there. I just borrowed the book from my friend, Dosu, and I'm loving it. It's so action-packed, and it's really easy for me to imagine. Jiraiya shook his head, trying to forget that his godson not only was reading Tengeku no Sato of all books, but was actually enjoying it. He focused, instead, on another disturbing comment that he said. And you know the author? You know that old monkey Rashi? Uh-huh. He mentioned once that he wrote the book series, so I knew I had to read it sometime. I promised him I would, and would give him feedback once I caught up with his series. And I got to say, so far, it's pretty damn good. Naruto answered. He then finally became aware of his godfather's mood and gave him a concerned look. Everything alright, Jiraiya? Everything's fine. Sorry. Let's just say I have a bad history with Rashi and leave it at that. Jiraiya answered ominously. The Uzumaki blinked in confusion. He hadn't known either man for too long, but Rashi was a fellow Jinchuriki and Jiraiya was his godfather. Both were polite, funny, and slightly crude old men who meant well. He couldn't really process why the two of them would know each other, let alone dislike each other. Ahem. The Sannin cleared his throat. Anyway, that's not really what I was going to talk to you about. I was wanting to know if you wanted to train together while we wait for this other Uzumaki to arrive in Konoha. Naruto immediately jumped up from his seat and looked at his godfather in excitement. This was going to be his first time training with him, his first time being trained by family. He was more than ready to begin training immediately. Hell yeah, I'd love to train with you, he declared. Good, 'cause I got a few things I'd love to teach you. Jiraiya answered with a chuckle. He then gestured towards the door to the apartment. Come on. Let's head to the nearest training ground and get to work. Naruto nodded fervently. He then rushed over and followed Jiraiya out of his apartment. The blonde looked up to the older man in curiosity. So, what you want to work on? Jutsu? Some cool spy techniques? He began to question. Jiraiya laughed in response. I'll teach you some of my spying stuff later. For now, though, let's work on a very particular style of jutsu, summoning jutsus. Ack. Ugh. Both Hinata and Neji were knocked backwards with enough force that they were sent flying into the walls of the Hyuga clan's personal training room. The two groaned in pain as they began to pull themselves off the ground. You need to concentrate more with your strike to compress the air around you, Hayashi informed them, his activated Byakugan eyes staring intently at his daughter and nephew. I can see your chakra networks and you are using the correct amount of chakra and your chakra control is fine. You two simply aren't releasing the chakra from your body properly. Make your palm strike precise. Make it forceful. Force the chakra out of you to compress the air and deliver your attack. The three Hyuga clan members had been practicing for 4 hours, trying to get Hinata and Neji to learn the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. After drilling them on the theory of the jutsu, Hayashi began instruction by having them try to create their vacuum palm to deflect his own strike. Unfortunately for them, Hinata and Neji were still trying to perfect the proper manner to use the jutsu. As a result, they were taking the force of Hayashi's vacuum palms each time. We understand, Hayashi-sama. Neji replied with short breath once he and Hinata had finally finished pulling each other off the ground. Neji, I have an idea that might help you. You know the rotation after all. Take the same method you used to form it and apply it to this jutsu. Like I said, focus solely on your palm at the moment, and use enough force so that way you can release the chakra, Hayashi advised. Neji nodded in understanding as he got into position to try again. Hinata replicated her cousin's stance, preparing herself for the next attack. Realizing that they were ready, Hayashi extended his palms forward towards Hinata and Neji, releasing another vacuum palm towards them both. Both Hinata and Neji made a palm strike, trying to release chakra to create their own version of the jutsu. Once again, Hinata was hit full force by the jutsu and was knocked into the wall. Neji, on the other hand, was able to create a small compression in the air around his palm that Hayashi's attack collided against. Hayashi's jutsu was still more powerful and ultimately pushed the branch clan member backwards, but he was not knocked back into the wall once again. He was, however, winded. That's an improvement, Neji. That advice seemed to help, Hayashi noted with a nod in approval. Neji couldn't give a proper response. He was too tired to reply. The Hyuga clan had then turned his attention towards his daughter. Hinata, I realize that this technique may not be as easy for you due to your own variant style of the gentle fist. You may not normally use the proper amount of force with your attacks needed for this jutsu. However, I think it is necessary that you know how to use it. This technique will give you the ability to use the gentle fist at a slight range, and that is a definite benefit that will help you in fights during missions. With enough practice, you will eventually find success with this jutsu. I know. I'm trying, Hinata replied with a tired expression on her face. You're doing well for your first day. When my father started training me like this, I couldn't last past the first 3 hours, Hayashi informed her. It's just all about practice. If you two don't mind, I'd like to devote the next week solely to training you. I know you have your own teams and training sections, but I can't guarantee I'll have this much free time at the moment. I'd like to personally focus solely on your training and making sure you pick up on this jutsu and a few other techniques of our clan. So, with that in mind, let's take a 30-minute break before we get back to work. Both Hinata and Niji nodded in understanding. At the mention of break, the two cousins fell to the ground in an attempt to rest and gather their strength back. Hizashi, they are acting like us when father started getting serious with our training, Hayashi told himself, trying to resist the urge to chuckle. Summoning Jutsu. A poof of smoke appeared in Training Ground 11 after Naruto slammed his open palm on the ground. Once the smoke was cleared, a small, orange toad with a blue jacket appeared and started to hop on the ground. Hey! He greeted Naruto. Finally! The Uzumaki shouted in relief. I can summon toads now. After how many hours of trying? I started to lose count when the sun began to set. Jiraiya commented with a chuckle. After arriving at the training ground, Jiraiya gave Naruto the summoning contract to sign. The Uzumaki quickly signed it and began trying to summon toads immediately. He had expected to succeed immediately, but he ended up summoning a tadpole, and another tadpole, and another tadpole. No matter how much he tried, he kept summoning nothing but tadpoles. Time began to pass by slowly. Eventually, the sun set and the moon appeared in the sky. Finally, after hours of practicing, he managed to summon a toad. The blonde was, needless to say, ecstatic. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm the next summoner of toads. Just like Jiraiya and my dad, he declared to the toad. Nice to meet ya, Naruto. I'm Gamakichi. The toad greeted. Your pops was a summoner too. Was he that Minato guy that my old man let summon him from time to time? Naruto nodded his head in response. I'll tell Pops that you're his kid. He'll probably be excited to hear that. Gamakichi stated. So, what are you like, Naruto? Tell me a little about yourself. You're the first guy who's actually summoned me after all. Naruto began to speak before his excitement started to fade away and was replaced with an overwhelming feeling of tiredness. He tried to speak one more time and form words, but his efforts failed and the Uzumaki fell to the ground. Gamakichi hopped over to Naruto and began to poke him in the face. He then looked up to Jiraiya in confusion. So, he's the kinda guy who can fall asleep mid-conversation? He questioned with a shrug. Weirdo. Give him a break, Gamakichi. He's been trying to summon a toad for the past 4 hours and has used way too much chakra. Jiraiya informed him with a chuckle. He's lucky that he has so damn much. If that was me trying to do that when I first became a summoner, I would have passed out about 2.5 hours ago. I guess so. Gamakichi shrugged in response. Anyway, since he fell asleep, I'll head back home now. Does my old man know that you let him sign the contract? I already talked to Gamabunta about it. Jiraiya nodded his head in affirmation. K. Then I'll just let him know that you did. He'll probably want to meet him at some point, just saying. The young toad shrugged in response. Anyway, bye Jiraiya. Nice seeing ya again. With those words, Gamakichi disappeared in another poof of smoke. Jiraiya chuckled as he picked up Naruto's body and started to walk back towards his apartment. Well, he managed to summon a toad on his first day. That's better than Minato did. The Sannin noted in his head. This kid will be going places. I'll spend the next few days just perfecting the summoning jutsu with him, but after that, we'll begin work on the Rasengan. The following day, Shikamaru pulled himself out of bed and after a light breakfast, he walked over to Training Ground 17. He had been expecting to run into the rest of his team already at the training ground. When he arrived, however, only Anko was present, doing push-ups on the ground. Once the Nara arrived, she stopped her exercise. So you were able to come. At least of one of you guys could. She commented with a chuckle. What do you mean by that, Anko-sensei? Naruto and Hinata couldn't make it? Shikamaru questioned. Okay, 2 things. 1. You don't have to call me sensei anymore. I technically don't have that title any longer. You're not some fresh genin anymore. Enko informed him with a shrug. I know I don't have to, but that's how I've always known you. The Nara shrugged in response. I don't think I could stop it if I wanted to. Besides, I guarantee you that Hinata and Naruto will still call you sensei as well. Point taken. The snake summoner chuckled in response. Alright then, second thing, Naruto and Hinata won't be able to join us for training for about a week. I talked to them a little earlier today separately. Naruto is being trained by Jiraiya in preparation for a mission, while Hinata is being trained extensively by her father the entirety of this week, while he has the spare time to focus on her training. Shikamaru sighed in response. I was hoping they'd be here with us. Yeah? I was too. But whatever. We'll focus on what we can together. Enko shrugged in response. Almost immediately, an idea entered the woman's head. Enko's eyes lit up in excitement as she quickly reached inside of her jacket for a scroll. She then tossed it over to the Nara, who began to look at its title. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. He read aloud. That's a jutsu that I've decided to look into. It's B-rank fire style technique that channels your chakra and releases it in the shape of a flaming dragon's head. Besides being an overwhelmingly deadly jutsu, it can also affect the air currents in the sky and create lightning clouds. It could potentially create a storm to change the battlefield. Enko explained to the Nara. It's a very powerful jutsu with some supplementary uses. And it's about time I finally tried my hand at learning it. It seems pretty useful. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. He then studied the scroll intently. And you want me to learn it with you, I presume? Yup. Enko grinned. Again, you're the only other fire nature student I got. It would be a damn shame if I didn't try to help you develop your skills with your elemental nature. I'd like to make sure you are a competent fire-style specialist. A grin then developed on her face. Besides, I'm kinda curious just how fast you can learn this jutsu compared to me. Consider it the curiosity of a teacher. The Nara gave the Jonin a suspicious look. You're going to turn this into some sort of competition, aren't you? Yup. Enko nodded her head, her grin growing wider. First one to learn the jutsu gets treated to dinner. Shikamaru opened his mouth to reject her offer, but she narrowed his eyes on him. You can't reject this deal, by the way. Otherwise I won't let you try to learn the jutsu. Troublesome. This whole thing is designed so that I lose and have to buy you dango. Shikamaru shook his head. Despite his tone of voice and his word choice, the Nara did have an amused look on his face. Well, whatever. I take it we start now? Not yet. We'll get to practicing it in a little bit. For now, I'm just getting a warm-up exercise in. You should join me. The Jonin informed him as she got into position to continue with her push-ups. I'll even start over so we can do them together. Sounds fine with me. The Chunin shrugged as he got into position to join his former sensei. How many are we doing? I'm thinking maybe 300? Enko answered nonchalantly. After that, we'll move on to sit-ups. Are you serious? Shikamaru gave the woman a blank stare, expressing his surprise. You're a Chunin now, Shikamaru. Your exercise routine needs to be taken up a few notches. Enko replied sharply. A few notches? This sounds a lot more than that. The Nara inwardly shouted. However, the Nara was very aware of Enko's general attitude. With that in mind, he kept his opinion to himself and opted for a frustrated sigh. Anywho, let's get to work and start, the Jonin declared as she began her push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shikamaru mumbled as he joined his former sensei in counting as he performed his own set of push-ups. Training was about to become much more intense for Shikamaru. Time began to pass by quickly in Konoha. A week went by since the visitors from IWA and the other foreign villages officially left Konoha. The village was nearly finished with all the repairs since the Suna/Oto invasion, and the village appeared just like it had before the attack. Konoha had now officially recovered and life returned to normal for most of the villagers. Civilians returned to focus on their own businesses and shinobi began to focus more on their own training and taking missions. During this time, Hayashi managed to train his daughter and nephew extensively on his own personal techniques. Both Hinata and Niji managed to acquire the 8 trigrams vacuum palm after only 2 days of training. Once they learned it, Hayashi focused on teaching them more complex techniques of the Hyuga clan. He also encouraged the two shinobi to experiment. Niji was beginning to study the theory of the 8 trigrams, 128 palms technique, while Hinata began to incorporate the 8 trigrams, 64 palms into her own variant of the gentle fist. Hayashi was impressed in the development of both his daughter and his nephew and continued to encourage them to develop their skills with the Hyuga clan jutsus. Shikamaru continued to train with Enko every morning and slowly became used to her exercise routines. His body was becoming tougher, and he was beginning to develop more muscle across his body as a result. The former teacher and student competed to learn the fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. As Shikamaru had predicted, Enko did manage to learn the jutsu before him, and he was forced to treat her to a night of dango. The Chunin managed to learn the jutsu not too longer after his former sensei, however. Once they had accomplished the jutsu and managed to practice it multiple times, Enko began showing Shikamaru different fire-style techniques she could to add to his repertoire. The Nara was grateful and studied every jutsu Enko gave him with a surprising amount of focus. Naruto and Jiraiya spent the beginning of the week focusing on the summoning jutsu. Naruto continued working with the jutsu and trying to summon toads that he could use in battle. After about 4 days of trying, he managed to summon his first combat-oriented toad, Gamariki. Once Jiraiya felt comfortable enough in Naruto's ability to summon toads, he began working with Naruto on a jutsu designed by his father, the Rasengan. Naruto managed to make it through the first stage of training quickly, but he was beginning to struggle once he began working on the second stage. However, after a few days of trying, he began making progress and seemed ready to begin the third stage. Jiraiya was expecting him to learn the Rasengan within another week of training. The members of Team 3 continued to train independently, growing stronger during their first official week as Chunin. Naruto, however, was about to take a brief break from his training, as a red-haired girl from Kusagaku started to approach the gates to Konoha. The sound of a loud knock rang throughout Taiyuya's prison cell. The redhead looked towards the door for a moment before she sighed. "Whoever you are, you damn well know the door is unlocked. Just come on in already," she shouted to the person on the other side. The door immediately opened and Jiraiya walked inside with Naruto standing right behind him. After seeing who her visitors were, the former Sound 4 member gave them her full attention. She opened her mouth to speak to something, but she then noticed that Jiraiya was carrying a plain, brown bag of weapons and supplies. Sticking out of the bag was a silver flute that the girl recognized. "That's my shit!" Taiyuya exclaimed. "You're going to need it in case we are attacked, and you need to defend yourself," Jiraiya informed her. The Sannin tossed the bag towards the redhead. Taiyuya caught it immediately and then pulled out her flute, making sure that it was okay. She brought it to her mouth and played a note. Once she was satisfied with the condition of her flute, she sighed in relief and put it back in the bag. She then gave her attention to Jiraiya and Naruto, letting an excited glow develop in her eyes. "So I take it Karen's here. We're finally going to be on the way to Yuzushiogakure," Taiyuya exclaimed. "Yup. The old man sent us a message to pick you up and meet him at the front gate of the village. Our cousin is here." Naruto nodded his head in affirmation. A grin developed on his face as he mirrored the redhead's excitement. "It's about time we visit the village of our clan." Omake 4, Jiraiya and Rashi's relationship. 1 week until the finals of the third exam. Damn, it's really been a long time since I've been back in Konoha, Jiraiya told himself. The Sannin had only stopped by Konoha approximately 3 or 4 times since his sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, retook his mantle as the Hokage. Jiraiya's duties became even more important to Konoha after the Kyuubi attack and the man was forced to work double time to check on all the enemy villages. His role became even more important once Orochimaru defected from the village and news of the Akatsuki organization started to appear. He was a busy man who simply could not afford to be in Konoha for long. Therefore, even though he was in Konoha on orders of the Hokage to investigate the presence of Orochimaru and prepare for the traitors' planned invasion, Jiraiya was simply enjoying being back in his home village. The Sannin was walking down the streets to get something for lunch and was simply looking around the village, seeing everything that had changed since the last time he had been home and the things that had remained the same. He was so wrapped up in his own personal thoughts that he stopped paying attention to where he was walking and ended up bumping into somebody. Ugh, Jiraiya grumbled in response. He pulled himself from his thoughts as he turned to look at the person he bumped into. "Sorry about that. I'll be more careful, Dash." The words on his tongue died as he realized who he had run into, Rashi, the Yambi Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. The red-haired man rubbed his head for a moment before he looked back at Jiraiya. Both men had wide eyes as they stared at each other in stunned silence. A few seconds passed by before the surprise started to fade. They then immediately pointed their index fingers at each other, as a scowl developed on both of their faces. "You!" they both shouted in near unison. Invisible sparks started to fly from their eyes as both men glared at each other. "Didn't think I'd ever bump into you walking around the streets of Konoha," Jiraiya commented in frustration. "I'm here to personally train the Tsuchikige's granddaughter for the Chunin exams," Rashi answered curtly as he gritted his teeth. "Ah, I see," Jiraiya mumbled in response. A smug grin then developed on his face. "So, Rashi, how did your last novel in your series sell? What is it called again? Tengakure?" "It's called Tengaku no Sato. I'm on the third book in the series," the Yambi Jinchuriki corrected immediately. "And it sold less than Ika Violence, if I am correct." The Sannin grinned. Rashi's eyes lit up in anger as he shook his head in defiance. "You can't even compare how our books sell. They're two different styles of novels for two different demographics." "You're right. Guess I just write for a demographic that'll actually, read a book," Jiraiya commented, his grin still present on my face. "How the hell are you even proud of your work?" Rashi rolled his eyes in response. "I write real literature with a gripping plot and character development. Your work is nothing but shameless smut." "Smut? Now look here, I've only criticized yourselves and your intended demographic. I've never once said a bad thing about your books themselves. So don't insult my work," Jiraiya informed him sharply. Ika is also real literature again, you mean smut," Rashi corrected him. Jiraiya ignored the comment and continued. "It features a compelling plotline that keeps readers reading you mean long sex scenes. It has high-quality artwork that helps readers become immersed you mean pornographic images that somebody could find in a magazine in the adults section of a store. It has well-developed characters that readers care about I assume you mean only physically developed. And it features plot twists that keep the readers guessing with every page. You mean compelling plot twists like he didn't use a condom, or he was actually sleeping with her identical twin sister?" With each comment, Jiraiya and Rashi's argument continued to escalate. Both men were now seething at each other. "You know what, okay. So some of my books feature an occasional sex scene or two. But it's only written appropriately and they are written rather tastefully," Jiraiya exclaimed. Rashi scoffed in response, causing the Sannin's glare to intensify. "I don't even write every book with a sex scene? Have you heard of The Tale of Gutsy Ninja?" "I have. It's pretty famous as the only book you wrote without a sex scene," Rashi stated. His face now developed a smug grin. "And we all know how that book turned out, a complete commercial flop. It sold horridly." The Yambi Jinchuriki's grin became wider as Jiraiya's mouth opened wide in shock. "Face it, Jiraiya, you can only sell with sex." Jiraiya continued to stare blankly at the man in front of him with his wide-open mouth. A few seconds passed by before his mouth closed. The Sannin scowled and he tightened his fists. "You. Me. Training ground 43. Right now," he informed him sharply. "Heh. Lead the way," Rashi replied, returning the man's scowl with one of his own. With those words, Jiraiya and Rashi walked off towards Training Ground 43, mentally preparing for a battle while also coming up with witty remarks to say to the other when they won their battle. Such occasions were commonplace whenever Jiraiya and Rashi had the displeasure of running into each other. The two men, due to the Third Shinobi World War, did not meet under the best of terms and their relationship only continued to spiral downwards once they both became writers, vying for readership around the world. The two had developed a strong rivalry with each other, as shinobi and as writers. In the back of their heads, both men did respect each other's skills as shinobi and writers. However, neither of them were ever going to admit that to the other. Instead, they would do what they always do, have a big spar to show their superiority over the other. Chapter 36, The First B-Ranked Mission. "So I take it Karen's here. We're finally going to be on the way to Yuzushiogakure," Taiyuya exclaimed. "Yup. The old man sent us a message to pick you up and meet him at the front gate of the village. Our cousin is here." Naruto nodded his head in affirmation. A grin developed on his face as he mirrored the redhead's excitement. "It's about time we visit the village of our clan. The walk to the entrance to the village did not take long for the group. Naruto, Tayuya, and Jiraiya all walked at a silent, quick pace as they hurried to meet up with the Hokage. When they finally arrived, they saw the Hokage talking with another person, a girl with red, short hair around Naruto and Tayuya's age. She wore a red t-shirt with a brown jacket over it. She also wore a pair of black shorts and a pair of black boots that went up her legs to her knees. The girl also wore a pair of glasses over her reddish-colored eyes. She also had a forehead protector on that had the symbol for Kusugakure. Both the Hokage and the girl noticed the approaching group. The girl seemed to shrink behind the Hokage. Hiruzen, on the other hand, simply smiled at the sight. "Naruto-kun, Jiraiya, Tayuya, I am glad to see you all got here so quickly." He chuckled as he stepped aside to put focus on the other girl. "This is Uzumaki Karen. She just arrived." Karen mumbled, not enjoying the spotlight. She knew precisely why she was here in the village, to meet the people in front of her, her family, and go on a mission with them. However, she still was not used to meeting people for the first time. "Hi Dash, you're my cousin too. I can't believe I've gotten to meet so much of my family in such a short time," Naruto exclaimed, interrupting her greeting. He then rushed forward and grabbed her hand excitedly. "I'm Naruto. It's so nice to meet you Dash, Naruto. Calm down. You're gonna make the poor girl piss herself," Tayuya exclaimed with a laugh. Naruto stopped shaking Karen's hand to notice the look on her face. She was breathing very heavily and was looking at him nervously. Sheepishly, Naruto let go of her hand and placed distance between himself and the girl. "Sorry about that. I just got excited to meet another Uzumaki," Naruto commented with a nervous laugh. "It's nice to meet you, Karen-chan." "It's fine," Karen replied quickly. She took a deep breath before she finally started to speak again in a more relaxed tone of voice. "I'm sorry about that myself. I'm kinda a loner in Kusa, so you startled me. It's nice to meet you too, Naruto." She then turned her attention to Tayuya and smiled. "And it's nice to see you again, Tayuya. You seem a lot more upbeat than the last time I saw you," Tayuya noted with a smirk. "That's good. It's good to see you again. I am glad that there is a family reunion going on and I encourage you all to really get to know each other." Hiruzen chuckled as he watched the three Uzumaki cousins interact. "However, I ask that you all do so later. As of right now, I feel I should send you off on the mission." Naruto, Tayuya, Karen, and Jiraiya gave the Hokage their full attention immediately. "As I mentioned earlier, your mission is to travel to Uzushiogakure and return with a report of the village's conditions. I would like to learn more about the destruction and what areas are still surviving. Any secrets that you learn there is up to you three to disclose. You can inform me in the village or keep the secrets to yourself." Hiruzen turned his attention towards Karen. "This also includes you, Karen. If you wish to share anything with Kusa, you may. All that I ask is that you three manage to report back about Uzushiogakyo's condition in detail and return with traditions that you can either reveal to others or keep within your clan. Is that understood?" "Yes, old man/Hokage-sama." Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen spoke immediately in near unison. "Old man?" Karen repeated the word choice of Naruto and Tayuya. Before they could elaborate, Hiruzen proceeded to cough, getting their attention once more. "Jiraiya will be leading this mission and whenever he is able to present with you all, will have authority over the mission. When you are in areas of Uzushiogakure that he is not able to be present in, then Naruto will be treated as active leader. Is that all understood?" Once again, the Uzumaki cousins nodded in understanding. Jiraiya made a gesture as well, indicating his agreement. "Then it is settled. Jiraiya, I trust you know the way. I recommend you head out right away," the Sandaime Hokage recommended. "We shall," Jiraiya commented as he faced the three Uzumaki shinobi. "You all are ready, right?" The three nodded their heads once again in affirmation. Naruto, in addition, proceeded to give a thumbs-up gesture to his godfather. "Let's get this show on the road, Databayo," he declared. "Heh." Jiraiya smirked as he started to walk forward. "All right, let's go." The door to the village opened up. Jiraiya started to walk out of the village, followed closely behind by Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen. Hiruzen smiled as he waved goodbye to the squad. He waited until they were out of sight before he started on his path back to his office. "Anko?" Hiruzen called out to the newly appointed Jonin. When the Hokage returned to his office, He was expecting nothing but an empty room with a few piles of paperwork that needed to be completed. Instead, Mitarashi Anko was currently sitting down in his chair, reading a file. Ah, Hokage-sama. She turned her attention to the file and proceeded to stand up from her seat. Forgive my intrusion. I was just waiting here for you so I could discuss something with you. Your secretary let me in. You snuck in here, didn't you? Hiruzen deadpanned. He noticed Anko sheepishly rub her head, confirming his suspicions. He immediately sighed. It used to be only Jiraiya and Kakashi that would come in like this, but it seems I have to add your name to that list as well. Please, don't make a habit of doing this. I won't. Promise, Anko declared with a chuckle. Her face then proceeded to turn serious as her eyes returned to the file in her hands. I just needed to ask you a few questions about something I just learned that's been bothering me. It won't be long. Go ahead, Hiruzen encouraged. Anko proceeded to toss the file in her hands directly at Hiruzen. The Hokage caught it and proceeded to look it over. He immediately noticed the name Uzumaki Taiya printed on it. I almost want to ask how you got your hands on this file, but I suppose you would have the rights to having them. You are the second in command at the TNI department, after all. Hiruzen sighed. Yeah, but I still had to do some digging to find this, Anko admitted with a shrug. Regardless, Naruto mentioned to me a few days ago about having a cousin that was formerly a member of Oto. No big deal at first to me. I already knew about that Dosa kid and his role in the invasion, so I figured she was somebody like him and turned her back on Orochimaru. But curiosity got the best of me and I actually went to look for something about this cousin. I end up finding a report that reveals that she was a part of the Sound 4 Orochimaru's personal bodyguards. She was no turncoat. She was a fucking commander of that village that worked directly under that snake bastard. A frown crept onto Hiruzen's face. Anko was trying to appear indifferent and calm, but she was getting progressively angrier with every second. What exactly do you want to know or hear from me, Anko? Why I didn't kill Taiya? Hiruzen questioned. Or why you don't have her in prison still? You just put her on a mission with one of my students for fuck's sake. Why are you ignoring her history with Orochimaru? How do we know we can trust her? What if she tries to take advantage of Naruto and try to kill him? What then? Anko growled. I have not forgotten about Orochimaru's relation with her. I will remember that with every action I make in regards to Taiya. She will always be under surveillance and suspicion. And she will be eliminated if she ever gives us a reason to distrust her. Hiruzen explained. Jiraiya went alongside Naruto and Taiya on the mission, and he is instructed to personally kill her if she does anything that he believes is threatening to Naruto or Konoha. Believe me when I say this, I will not forget, and we will act appropriately if she reveals any form of treachery in her character. Then why send her out in the first place? Why try and give her a chance? Anko continued to question. Her voice quieted slightly, but she still contained an angry look in her eyes. Guilt. I may have very well caused the situation why she went off to Orochimaru. Hiruzen answered, his eyes looking downward for a moment. Anko's anger seemed to fade as she became aware of the Hokage's mood. She opened her mouth to question him about his feelings, but her words died on her tongue when he let out a deep, sorrowful sigh. I should have done more. Konoha should have done more. Instead, we let our ally suffer and die. We were too caught up in our own conflicts with IWA, in trying to prevent the Third Shinobi World War from growing, that we let Uzushio fall and all of those brave, innocent men and women die. Hiruzen shook his head, clearing his thoughts for a moment. He wasn't going to allow himself to ramble on about the topic. I'm getting off topic. My point is, I feel guilty towards the survivors of the Uzumaki clan and feel that, if I had done more during the time of the invasion of Uzushio-gakure, I could have prevented their suffering. I have every right to kill or punish Taiya, but I don't want to. I don't want to cause any more harm to an Uzumaki. I may have already done too much to that clan, Hokage-sama. Anko mumbled to herself. She was starting to feel uncomfortable, having brought back these feelings of regret to the surface. She knew what it was like to have done things that she wanted to forget. I hope that helps you understand. I'll never forget what Taiya has done with Orochimaru, but I want to give her a chance to prove that she could have been a good person. I just don't want any more Uzumaki blood on my hands anymore. Hiruzen sighed. I understand. Anko sighed. She still was going to have grievances about Taiya and, in her eyes, the lack of punishment she was receiving, but she was going to understand the Hokage's judgment. I didn't mean to bring up these memories, Hokage-sama. Don't apologize. The Sandaime shook his head. It's probably important that I recall things more often. I need to recall my mistakes so that I never do anything remotely similar to them. He walked over to his chair and took a seat at his table. He then reached for a particular file on his desk. Although, I would like to change the topic, at the moment. I do have something that I would like to talk to you about. The newly appointed Jonin nodded, encouraging the Hokage to continue. I have a mission for you. He informed her as he presented the file towards her. Jiraiya, along with his squad, made quick progress through the path towards the ruins of Uzushiogakure. The three Uzumaki cousins were eager to see the village and, therefore, encouraged each other to travel faster. The Sannin thought it was going to take roughly a week before they arrived in the village. At the pace they were moving, it appeared that they would arrive within 4 days instead. In addition to being eager to visit the village, the three Uzumaki shinobi were also eager to get to know one another. Naruto and Karen had chatted nonstop since they started on the journey, asking questions about their lives and details about their personality. Even Tayuya, despite her antisocial tendencies, chimed in with a few comments and questions for her cousins. So, what's Kusa like? Naruto asked Karen out of curiosity. It looks kinda similar to Konoha, actually. The whole area is surrounded in forest. Kusa's forests, however, have a lot of variety to them. There are bamboo trees and giant mushroom forests all over the area. Giant mushrooms? Naruto gave her a confused look. Yup. And a lot are poisonous. Tayuya commented nonchalantly. That's how your village is protected, isn't it? A lot of the poisons in those mushrooms could kill a shinobi if they aren't careful around them. Yup. That's Kusa's defense. The glasses-wearing shinobi replied with a giggle. But yeah, Kusa is a nice place. The people are nice, if a little weird. Everybody is so analytical there. Fuck that place then. I hate those little shits that overanalyze every damn conversation. Tayuya rolled her eyes. A scowl developed on her face as she recalled her interactions with a few of the other shinobi in Otogekure that could be described as analytical. Kidamaru, Sakan and his weird-ass brother Kabuto, seriously, fuck all people like them. I wouldn't say fuck them. Like I said earlier, they are nice for the most part. Karen replied, still giggling at Tayuya's word choices. But I guess I can't say much than that. I'm not too close to anybody in Kusa, not even my own teammates, or my sensei. It's just, well, a place I live. I don't think I'd really call the place my home, honestly. Yup. Understand that sentiment exactly. Tayuya commented with a sigh. After my parents died, no place really felt like home to me. Everywhere was just a place to lie down and sleep at. Naruto frowned at the direction of the conversation. He didn't want to bring up any bad memories or thoughts for either Tayuya or Karen. The blonde opened his mouth to say something, but he was stopped when he noticed that Jiraiya stopped moving. The conversation between the three Uzumakis ended as they turned their attention to the Toad Sannin. The sun's already setting. We've been traveling for a while today. I suppose this is a good place to stop for the night. He shrugged as he placed his traveling bag on the ground. Is that fine with you all? No complaints here, Naruto said. It's probably for the best. Karen nodded her head in understanding. I could probably travel all night, but whatever. If you all want to rest, then rest. I don't give a shit. Tayuya shrugged. Good. You all can get your sleeping bags and stuff ready while I go collect some food for us to eat, Jiraiya suggested. He was about to walk into the forest to look for some animal to hunt when he stopped himself. He quickly opened his bag and pulled out a balloon and tossed it towards Naruto. When you get your sleeping bag set up, go somewhere by yourself and practice stage 3. I have a few more balloons in my bag, so feel to take more out when you inevitably pop them. Awesome! Naruto exclaimed as he caught the balloon carefully, making sure not to pop it. And you don't have to worry about me popping too many balloons. I'll get it down soon. When Jiraiya had first described the Rasengan, the blonde Uzumaki knew it was a jutsu he had to learn as fast as he could. Once Naruto managed to summon toads, they spent their time focusing on the jutsu. Naruto breezed through the first stage and managed to finish the second stage after some extensive training. He only had one more stage of training before he would have the jutsu prepared and ready to use. Stage 3? What you working on? Karen asked out of curiosity. She adjusted her glasses for a moment as she stared at the balloon intently. Naruto opened his mouth to answer her question, but Jiraiya spoke up first and interrupted him. Just something he's working on. Don't put much thought into it, please, he stated before he walked off to look for food. Karen frowned at the answer, but seemed to accept it. She and Tayuya focused on preparing their sleeping bags and setting up their own section of camp. Naruto similarly frowned at Jiraiya's answer, but didn't question it either. He simply laid his sleeping bag down before walking off to a nearby clearing to practice the jutsu. The rest of the evening went by quickly as the group proceeded to eat some meat from a deer Jiraiya managed to hunt and cook for them. Once they finished, the sun had officially set. The group proceeded to lie down in their sleeping bags and attempt to fall asleep. Naruto tried constantly to relax his mind and fall asleep, but he could not. He had a singular thought on his mind that was preventing him from getting sleep. Hinata. He thought about his teammate. It had not been too many days since he came to the realization that he had feelings for his friend that went beyond simple friendship. He had intended on talking to her as soon as possible, but each time he had attempted to meet up with her privately, he was interrupted by somebody or something. During the week leading up to his mission, he had tried multiple times to visit her at the Hyuga compound, but the blonde was sent away by various Hyuga clan members, claiming that Hinata was busy with personal training with her father and cousin. Naruto was not somebody to get nervous about anything. This was especially true when the topic of concern was about something that he felt. However, the longer his conversation with Hinata was put off, the more nervous he was becoming. What if I'm wrong about my feelings? Is this really what it feels like to like somebody? Naruto questioned. What if I'm wrong about her? What if I'm reading things wrong and she only sees me as a friend? Ugh, I need to talk to her already. He grumbled to himself as he tried to close his eyes again in another attempt to fall asleep. Holy shit, you're awake! Naruto's eyes shot wide open and he pulled himself out of his sleeping bag. He looked to his left to see Tayuya wide awake in her sleeping bag. He shook his head for a moment, pushing his thoughts of Hinata to the side for a moment. Why are you awake, Tayuya-ne? He questioned. I'm the one who said I didn't need us to stop as early as we did. I'm wide awake. Tayuya scoffed in response. The real question is, why are you awake? You were mumbling to yourself a second ago. I'm just thinking about some stuff, Naruto answered with a sigh. Like what? The red-haired Uzumaki questioned as she pulled herself from her own covers. She proceeded to sit on her sleeping back with her legs crossed. I'm thinking about a friend of mine in Konoha, and my feelings for her, Naruto admitted. Really? Tayuya rolled her eyes. Something that fucking trivial is keeping you up? She made a gesture to Naruto, urging for him to lie back down. Go to sleep. You can think about that shit when you get back to Konoha. I will. Naruto mumbled in response. I'm confused, damn it. About what? Tayuya rolled her eyes. You either love this girl or you don't. What's so damn confusing? Love? The blonde Uzumaki repeated the word in confusion. He then shook his head. Look, I just am. I've never liked someone before or had these feelings in my life. I'm just confused about what I'm supposed to do, or if she feels similarly. I just don't know. I don't even know what love really is like. What do you mean by that? Tayuya questioned. Don't know about love? What does that even mean? Even I know what love is like. I saw my parents interact enough to know about the concept. I never met my parents, or really interacted with anybody that showed love like that me. Naruto answered with a sigh. Tayuya's facial expression softened at Naruto's response. She had a tendency to project her own thoughts and experiences in others and, therefore, tended to forget facts about some people's lives. She really did forget what she had learned about Naruto, that he was an orphan since birth and had nobody to properly care and love him the way a parent should. A frown developed on her face as she closed her eyes, trying to come up with something to say to the Uzumaki. I guess love is just the feeling that you get when all you want in life is for the other person to be happy. Tayuya finally started to speak. You care more about them than you do yourself. They mean everything to you and you would do anything for them. Sure, there are different types of love, like romantic or familial love, but I think they all share those general ideas with each other. When you love somebody, they're important to you and you don't want them to leave your life. Important to you, don't want them to leave. Naruto repeated Tayuya's words. Maybe it's more than like. Maybe I do love her. Maybe. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't know the damn girl, nor do I know what you really think about her or what you've gone through with her. The red-headed Uzumaki stated with a shrug. Don't put much thought about it, and just talk to her the next time you see her. I'm sure your feelings will come out naturally, and you'll know then what you really feel. But again, I wouldn't stress out much about it. She seems like somebody important to you, and no matter what your feelings are and what she feels for you, you'll probably still be close. So, don't worry about it, and just see what happens with her. For a moment, there was silence between the two cousins. Taiyuya seemed uncomfortable, having said so much on the topic of love and relationships. Naruto, on the other hand, was in silent thought, trying to process what she had told him. Nearly a minute passed before Naruto finally pulled himself from his thoughts. A wide smile developed on his face as he stood up, walked over to the former Sound 4 member, and gave her a hug. Thank you, Taiyuya, he said quietly, yet sincerely. That helped out a lot. I really needed to hear something like that. I think I can just relax and wait until I talk to her next, and just see what happens. Don't worry about it, Taiyuya replied as she awkwardly returned the hug. She wasn't using to show physical signs of affection, and really disliked them. Still, she maintained the hug. She didn't really know why, but there was something comforting about Naruto's hug. The two cousins remained in silence for another minute before they broke their hug. They then returned to their sleeping bags and lied back down. You know, I'm glad you talked to me about your questions about this girl instead of someone else like Jiraiya. The damn pervert would have probably given you some really crappy advice, Taiyuya mentioned with a chuckle. Pervert? Naruto repeated the word in confusion. He didn't understand why his cousin would think of his godfather in such a way. He almost asked something to her about it, but he proceeded to push the thought away in favor of another topic. By the way, since you were able to listen and help me out with my own problems, you can talk to me about anything you are thinking about, Taiyuya. Are you sure you aren't awake because you have something on your mind? Taiyuya, unlike the last time Naruto asked, didn't seem to immediately scoff and reject the idea. She remained quiet for a few seconds before she spoke up quietly. What do you think we are going to find in Uzushiogakure? Do you think it's going to be disappointing? She questioned him. I don't know what we are going to find there, honestly. Maybe some scrolls and some secrets about our clan. Naruto answered honestly. But disappointed? I don't think so. I think it's going to be a really powerful feeling to be able to walk on the land where our families were years ago. It will be, yeah? Taiyuya sighed in response. It's just, look, our clan and finding the scattered members is literally all I have been thinking about for the past couple of years. I can't help but be anxious about finally visiting Uzushiogakure, and I'm just worried that the condition of the village is going to be so bad there's going to be nothing there. I just don't want to see something that'll make me think our clan really is gone for good. It isn't. You, me, and Karen-chan are all Uzumaki and still alive, and there has to be more out there. And as long as we are all here, we will be able to keep our clan alive, Naruto declared. Heh. Taiyuya snorted in an attempt to stifle her laughter. Ultimately, she failed and the laughter came pouring out of her mouth. Ha 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 ha. That sounds so fucking cliché. I'm not cliché. Naruto frowned in response to her laughter. And not you. Just what you said. Taiyuya continued to laugh. She wiped away a few tears from her eyes and calmed herself down before speaking again. But you are right. We're all here, and therefore, the Uzumaki clan is alive. And one day, it'll return to its rightful place as one of the leading clans in the elemental nations. Damn straight. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. With those words, Naruto and Taiyuya bid each other good night. Both had previously had concerns that were keeping them from falling asleep. After talking to each other, their worries were pushed to the side and the two cousins joined the other members in the group in peaceful sleep. When the sun rose the next morning, Jiraiya and the Uzumaki cousins promptly got up, packed their bags, and continued on their path to Uzushiogakure. They maintained the same pace that they moved at yesterday. Taiyuya and Karen continued to chat in the back about various different topics related to their lives. Naruto normally would participate, but he was walking a little ahead of them this time and closer to Jiraiya. The blonde's eyes were focused solely on the man leading the mission as he continued to think about something. Taiyuya just had to be insulting him for no reason last night. He's not a pervert. He hasn't done anything to make me think that, Naruto concluded in his head. He was about the topic to rest in his head when the Sannin called out to him. You were right, Naruto? Jiraiya questioned. He waited for Naruto to catch up to him so that they could walk side by side and talk. You were just talking over and over again with the girls yesterday. Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, the blonde declared immediately. Just been wondering how you are doing. You haven't talked too much with everyone, so you have to be kinda lonely and wanting to talk to someone. Ha! I just haven't been talking much because I don't have anything to say in your conversations. You all are basically getting to know one another, after all. I don't want to intrude, the Sannin declared with a shrug. Besides, I've been using the quiet time to really think about a project I'm working on. What kind? A new jutsu? Naruto looked at his godfather in curiosity. Nah. Nothing practical like that. The man chuckled. I'm thinking about the next book in my series and what direction I'm going to take it. He then brought his right hand to his chin as he stroked it in thought. Trying to find the right balance between plot and sex dash, you right? The Kyubi Jinchuriki interrupted his godfather with an excited look in his eyes. You didn't know? Jiraiya asked in surprise. He immediately opened his bag and pulled out a small, orange book and handed it to Naruto. That's the first book in the series that I'm writing right now, surely you'll recognize it. It's a bestseller, after all. First Old Man Rashi and now Jiraiya. I can't believe he's a writer too. I wonder what his book is about. Naruto wondered as he excitedly turned the book over to see the title. Immediately, his excitement died. Aika. Paradise? He mumbled the name of the book. It's the one I'm most well known for, but it's probably the book with the worst quality. Jiraiya admitted as a smile developed on his face. Still, I have fond memories writing it. Getting the research for that book was one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. You're the author of the Aika series? Naruto questioned, interrupting his godfather again. I always thought the books were written by some random, lonely pervert. Hey! I'm not a random pervert, nor am I lonely. Jiraiya declared defensively. I'm a super pervert. The blonde Uzumaki remained quiet as he tried to rationalize everything he had just heard his godfather say. With every thought that was being processed, more and more respect for the man was fading. A few seconds passed before Naruto finally rationalized everything. He immediately pointed his finger at the white-haired man as a scowl developed on his face. Ero Sennin! He shouted. Silence filled the area. Karen and Tayuya stopped talking to each other as they stared at the two Konoha shinobi, in confusion. Jiraiya's eyes were wide in surprise at the name his godson had just called him. What, did you just call me? He questioned quietly. Tayuyane was right, you are a pervert. Ero Sennin! Naruto declared again. Jiraiya opened his mouth to retort, but he was interrupted by the sound of laughter. He turned his head in the direction of Tayuya and Karen. Both girls were nearly on the ground from their laughter. Holy shit! Tayuya shouted as she struggled to compose herself. That's fucking perfect. Ha! It's really fitting. Karen declared between her giggles. Hey Naruto, want to talk with us for a bit or do you want to keep talking with Ero Sennin? Tayuya jokingly asked Naruto. Immediately after she asked, both she and Karen started to laugh even louder. Jiraiya said nothing for a moment and stared blankly as Naruto went back to his cousins and started talking about him. He really couldn't think of anything to say at first. Then, as the three Uzumaki cousins continued to talk to each other, he kept hearing that word. Ero Sennin. Ero Sennin. After hearing that word a few more times, Jiraiya's blank stare turned into a scowl. His face turned red in anger, and he tightened his hands into fists. Stop calling me that, damn it! Much to his chagrin, this only resulted in more laughter and more usage of the name. Really, Anko-sensei? This is our mission? Shikamaru grumbled. Anko, Hinata, and Shikamaru were gathered at the entrance to the village. After her conversation with the Hokage during the previous day, Anko was assigned a B-ranked mission and asked to bring along 3 shinobi with her. She immediately recruited both Shikamaru and Hinata. The 3 were standing amongst a crowd of civilian merchants who were chatting with each other. A few of them were in carriages and a few more were standing next to horses. They were all wearing bags filled with merchandise, and the carriages were filled with even more goods. This is literally what our first C-ranked mission was, escort a merchant to a foreign country. Only this time it's a caravan of merchants. Shikamaru continued to complain. Hey, I didn't pick this one. Anko defended herself. The Hokage just asked me to go on the mission and bring along a few backup shinobi. You should be honored that I chose you too. Why are you complaining about the mission anyway, Shikamaru-kun? Hinata questioned as she looked at her teammate in confusion. If we're repeating a similar mission, wouldn't that be good for you? It would mean a little less work, because you are familiar with what you have to do. Shikamaru didn't give an immediate response. He just sighed and mumbled something to himself. Enko seemed to mentally piece something together in her head, and a smirk developed on her face. Wait, don't tell me, our little lazy ass is starting to become less lazy and wanted a mission that would actually challenge him. Ah, that's precious. The Jonin commented teasingly. Her joke caused Shikamaru's cheeks to brighten red slightly. This earned a giggle from Hinata and a loud laugh from Enko. Troublesome teammates. Shikamaru mumbled to himself. He wasn't going to actually admit that she was correct. Well, I wouldn't worry about the difficulty of the mission anyway. Enko mentioned after composing herself and giving him a serious look. We know how that C-rank mission turned out and ended up having something else happen to us. Believe me, there's a reason this one was placed as a B-rank mission. We are escorting the merchant caravan to a village in Mizu-no-Kuni, and there's a very high chance of something happening in that country. So be prepared for anything. Both Shikamaru and Hinata nodded in understanding. Silence fell over the group for a moment. Hinata finally broke the silence with a sigh. It's a shame Naruto-kun couldn't be here with us on our first B-ranked mission, she said quietly. Yeah, but he's on his own B-ranked mission as well. Shikamaru shrugged in response. We can exchange stories with him when we are all back in the village. Yeah. I was just hoping to get the chance to talk to him. She mumbled to herself. What was that? Her teammate questioned. And nothing. I didn't say anything. Hinata shook her head immediately. She then turned to her former Jonin-sensei and looked for a change of topic. So, do we know who is going to be joining us on the mission? You all know him, yeah? Enko replied with a frown on her face. He should have been here a few minutes ago, though. My apologies for being late. As if on cue, the fourth member of the team arrived at the entrance to the village. Both Hinata and Shikamaru looked at their teammate in surprise. Standing before them was the former Otogekure Genin, King Utadosu. The former Oto shinobi was wearing an entirely different outfit than either Hinata or Shikamaru remembered seeing him in. Dosu was wearing brown, tight-fitted pants and a dark green jacket. The sleeves on the jacket covered his hands completely, but both Shikamaru and Hinata could see the metal sticking out of his right sleeve, showing that he was still wearing the sound amplifier on his hand. The boy also had on a green scarf of similar color to his jacket that went down to his chest. He still had on bandages that covered most of his face, but he was now wearing a Konoha forehead protector. I was expecting you about 10 or so minutes ago. Enko commented sharply at the boy. Again, I apologize. I will not make a habit out of this, Dosu informed her as he bowed his head. You better damn well not. I don't want to deal with another Kakashi, she grumbled. Anyway, Hokage-sama recommended I take you on this mission and give you a chance to see what missions as Konoha shinobi would be like. I trust his judgment, so I trust you. I'm very interested to see what you can really do as a shinobi, Dosu. I trust one will not disappoint you, Enko Taishu, Dosu replied. Heh, I like you already. It's been a while since somebody called me Taicho. The Jonin smirked. Anyway, now that you are here, I'm going to inform the leader of the caravan that we are ready to begin. With those words, Enko walked over to talk to the lead merchant. The B-ranked mission to Mizu-no-Kuni was about to begin. After 4 days of traveling, Jiraiya, Naruto, Taiya, and Karen finally arrived at the outskirts of Uzushio-Bakure. Upon arrival, the 3 Uzumaki cousins looked out in surprise. While the village had been described as ruins to them, they were not expecting it to be as bad as it was. The village itself was filled with rubble. Broken stones, brick, and wood were scattered throughout the area on top of each other. A few piles of bricks and stones that were stacked on each other in specific patterns suggest that they were buildings before, but there was nothing left except for the foundation. Only a few scattered buildings seemed to be still intact and standing. Everything else around the area was completely destroyed. In the distance, they could see that a river divided the village into 2 halves. The metal bridge that connected the 2 halves was surprisingly standing, but was covered in rust. The river itself was also filled with wood and bricks that rolled into it from nearby buildings. This is Uzushio-Bakure? Karen was the first of the 3 Uzumaki to find her voice. Yes. It used to be known as the Village of Longevity due to the long life expectancies of Uzumaki. Jiraiya mumbled with a sigh. It's one of the most ironic and depressing thoughts you can think about when you look at what's left of the village. I heard about everything. My parents managed to get out of the village in time before the invasion. Tayuya mumbled to herself as she looked at the remains in sheer awe. I still never imagined it being this bad. This is horrible. Naruto finished her sentence. If you all ever wanted to know what war causes, it causes this. More than anything else in the world, this is the effect of war. Jiraiya commented darkly. Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen didn't say anything in response. They simply continued to look around at the ruins. Anyway, there's a few things here for us to report on and for you all to look at. Come on. Let's actually get into the village, Jiraiya suggested as he walked forward. The three Uzumaki cousins nodded wordlessly as they followed Jiraiya into the village. Their eyes continued to wander as more and more of the destruction became visible to them. In the midst of their looking, they did not notice a large mole watching them. They also did not notice the mole immediately dig a hole in the ground and descend into the earth. Damn it! Another mistake! An older, red-haired man continued to curse to himself as he crumpled up a large parchment and tossed it aside. It joined a large stack of similar papers that had suffered the same fate. The room he was in was a dilapidated mess. It was covered with bricks and rubble that looked untouched for decades. The room's green-tiled floor was stained red and black. The stains seemed to cover up a variety of different inscriptions and seals that were illegible to anybody who was just viewing them. The room was also very dark. A sole hole in the ceiling was the only source of light in the room. The man did not seem to either notice or care about the darkness. His physical appearance suggested he didn't care. His face was haggard and he had many scars and burn marks all over his visible body parts. He was wearing black sweatpants and a dark blue shinobi jacket. The clothes had many tears and were covered in dirt that seemed to permanently stain the clothes. He also wore a headband that had the symbol of the former village, Yuzushio-gakure, printed on it. Even the pen in his hands that he was using on the parchment seemed to have faded. It was a metallic pen that was showing heavy signs of rust. Are you all right, Masakado-sama? The man turned his attention to the ground as a hole seemed to develop from one of the tiles. A large, gray mole climbed its way out of the hole. The mole was clothed in black, shinobi mesh armor and wore a mask that covered its face. No, Korapu. I'm really fucking annoyed. The seal failed again. The man, Masakado, grumbled to himself. He glared at the stack of papers in the corner of the ruined room he was in. I'm starting to get pissed. I've been working on this damn seal for the past 25 years, uninterrupted, and still can't get it done. I was considered one of the best seal masters the Uzumaki clan produced, and even I can't manage this. But you're getting closer. Surely you know that. You demonstrated to me recently that advancement you made in the Fuinjutsu. The mole, Korapu, declared quickly. I suppose. But close isn't good enough. Close didn't save my clan. Masakado's voice started to trail and his eyes seemed to fade off into the distance. A moment passed before he returned from his thoughts and gave his full attention to the mole. Not that I don't appreciate the company, but I know you and the rest of the Mole Summons clan. You usually have a purpose whenever you come visit me. What's going on? There are shinobi that have entered Yuzushio-gakure, Korapu stated. Masakado's face stiffened immediately, and he gripped the pen in his hand tightly. What village? There are 4 of them. There is one from Kusa, one that doesn't have a forehead protector, and the last 2 are from Konoha. The mole answered with a frown on his face. Bah! The red-haired man scoffed. If it was an IWA or Kumo shinobi, I probably would have gone out into the village and ended their lives personally. But Kusa? And a couple of Konoha dames? He proceeded to shake his head and relax slightly. I'll let them dig at some of the buildings in the village. They'll find nothing but rubble and they'll return back to their precious villages empty-handed. Are you sure they won't find anything? I know how important it is that you keep the secrets of the Uzumaki clan protected from outsiders. Korapu commented. I'm positive. The only place that possesses anything of worth is in this temple right here, and the only way someone can actually enter the temple and get past the seals I put on the building is if they either have my permission, like you and the rest of your clan, or if they are of Uzumaki blood. Masakado declared. He pulled out another parchment and seemed as if he was getting back to work on his experimental seal. They won't get in. The redhead seemed convinced of his own words, but the mole summoned seemed to feel otherwise. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if another Uzumaki one day appeared in the village. The mole mumbled. The clan was scattered after the incident. There is a chance that maybe one of these people could enter Dash. Not a chance. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out during the invasion. All of my kin are dead. Anyone left alive is no true Uzumaki. Masakato hissed loudly. My parents, my siblings, my friends, my neighbors, my wife and children. They're all dead. The man immediately crumpled up the parchment and tossed it into the pile of papers. Still angered, he made a hand sign and the papers were immediately lit on fire. A few seconds passed before the fire died out and the papers turned to ash. Although, you bring up a fair point. Unfortunately, there is a chance that some people could enter the temple of Uzushiogakure if they were fortunate enough to be born with Uzumaki blood. They have the blood of traitors, men and women who fled the village and didn't try to help while our village and the clan were destroyed. Anyone that steps foot into this temple has the blood of these traitors. Masakato tightened the grip on his pen once more as he looked at the mole summon with bloodlust evident in his eyes. If any of these shinobi have this tainted blood in their bodies and step foot in this temple, I will make sure that they all die by my hands. They will know the fury of Uzumaki Masakato. Chapter 37 The Temple of Uzushiogakure. 3 days after leaving Konoha, the merchant caravan, led by Anko, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu, arrived at Akita, a port town on the coast of Hai no Kuni. Immediately, Anko rented a boat to carry the caravan, along with the shinobi, the remaining way to Mizu no Kuni. The various merchants boarded the ship nonchalantly and cheerfully, excited to be on their way back to their homeland. The Konoha shinobi, on the other hand, were a lot more anxious to board. You know, I've never been on a boat before, Hinata commented as she looked out into the water. I haven't even seen the sea before, Shikamaru added. Are you too anxious? Dosa questioned. Shikamaru shook his head in response. Hinata, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant to respond. It took her a few seconds before she sighed and finally nodded her head. My father had a relatively bad experience on water the first time he had to do a mission out this far from Konoha. He got really sick and could barely perform during the rest of the mission. If he, of all people, could get that bad from a simple boat ride, what hope do I have to have a good experience? Hinata sighed. Heh. Shikamaru started to chuckle to himself. Hyuga Hayashi getting seasick, that's actually pretty hilarious. Just imagining your father bent over on the side of the boat, begging to see land, my dad would probably find it hilarious. Don't say anything about that to him, Hinata begged immediately. And my father would not want anybody to know something like that happened to him. Our fathers don't talk unless they have business with each other. As if my dad would say anything to him about the topic. Shikamaru scoffed in response. Unless he was drunk or something. Shikamaru-kun, please. The Hyuga heiress, once again, pleaded. Heh. Dosa laughed quietly to himself. You two have an amusing dynamic. Did you say something? Shikamaru questioned as he and Hinata turned their attention to their third teammate. Nothing of worth. The former Oto Genin replied with a shrug. He then made a hand gesture, encouraging them to talk. Shikamaru sighed in response. He and Hinata had tried to talk to Dosu a couple of times during their mission. He would answer any questions they had for him about the mission or his capabilities, but whenever they tried to bring up simple small talk, he would quickly try and end the conversation or give simple answers. He was a blatant introvert. The only people that could compare to him were Shino or Han, but even then, they at least had their moments. Dosa seemed to always be content with just simply watching people, and only occasionally chiming in. And Naruto is somehow his friend and gets him to talk? The Nara questioned in his head. The thought made him chuckle slightly. Typical Naruto. I don't think there's anybody immune to his charisma. Hey, you all getting on board the ship? The three Konoha shinobi turned to the sound of the voice. Anko was standing with her hands on her hips at the entrance to the boat. She was giving the three of them a look, urging for them to get on board. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosa nodded wordlessly at her question and got on board the ship. As they finally got on, one of the merchants walked over to them. Excuse me, Anko-san, but I have a question for you. Do you know how long it will take before we arrive? The merchant questioned. Anko immediately studied the merchant, trying to recall her name. She looked young, barely older than Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu. She had long, straight black hair, pale skin, and dark brown eyes. She wore a pink, sleeveless kimono with red edges and a white obi tied around her waist in a bow. The young girl looked at the shinobi with a bright smile on her face. It took Enko a few seconds before she finally got an answer to her question. Haku, was it? She questioned. The merchant nodded. Sorry about that. Yeah, it should only take us 2 days on boat before we disembark. Once we arrive, it should only take a half a day. We'll be arriving nearby the town where you guys are supposed to get to. That'll be a relief. The merchant Haku replied. I have business with an old friend that I need to get taken care of quickly. Rest assured, madam. We will be there shortly. Dosu spoke up to her. Thank you very much. Haku faced the bandage-wearing shinobi. Her smile seemed to gain a teasing glint to it. However, I am a boy. Silence filled the area between the group. Enko, Dosu, Shikamaru, and Hinata looked at the merchant in shock, trying to process his words. What? Shikamaru finally found his voice and summed up the Konoha shinobi's thoughts. Haku chuckled to himself. Don't think anything about it. It happens all the time. Anyway, I just wanted to ask my question. I will leave you all be for now. With those words, Haku walked off to join the rest of the merchant caravan. The 4 Konoha shinobi continued to stare blankly at the boy as he left. He was pretty. Much prettier than any girl I had ever met. Dosa mumbled to himself softly. I would agree. Hinata blushed to herself. She recalled seeing Haku for the first time during the mission and feeling slightly jealous at his natural looks. I was jealous of a boy. Disregarding that shocking revelation, Enko commented, gathering attention to herself. Anyway, I wanted to let you guys know about how these next few days are going to work. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosa seemed to immediately get over their shock and give the Jonin their full attention. Basically, we are mainly going to be on the edges of the boat trying to keep an eye on any threats. The main common threat would be piracy, which we will handle like any bandits. Be warned, though, pirates are more likely to actually know jutsu and be shinobi, so be extra careful. We need to be alert every moment, while the boat is in motion to make sure we don't get the merchants injured, Enko explained. After we land the boat in Mizuno Kuni, the real mission begins. Taking them back to their village, right? Hinata questioned. But, in my opinion, the real mission is to avoid any contact with the Mizukage shinobi or the Kirigakure rebels. The Jonin explained. Instantaneously, the other 3 shinobi swallowed deeply. The Kirigakure civil war was infamous throughout the elemental nations. The war between the Yandere Mizukage, Yagura, and the Kirigakure rebels, led by Terumi Mei. It was a bloody conflict with many civilians have been caught in between. Just out of curiosity, is a B rank an appropriate level for this mission? Dosa questioned. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this mission has a strong possibility to end badly. No, the mission is ranked correctly. We can't make every mission involved with Mizuno Kuni an A rank. This is what the merchant caravan paid for, and in theory, we shouldn't have to worry about anything. We won't be on land in Mizuno Kuni for too long, and none of the merchants have a background that would cause either side in the civil war to hunt us. We also benefit from the fact that Konoha has never taken a side in the conflict. Neither Yagura nor Mei would risk killing Konoha shinobi and causing our village to side against them. Enko explained. I'm just talking in general about worst-case scenarios. We're shinobi, so we need to be prepared for them. Understood? Her 3 subordinates nodded in understanding. Enko, pleased with their response, proceeded to walk off. I'm going to do a head count and make sure everyone is accounted for. Once that's done, I'll signal the boat driver to take us off. We'll be on the way to Mizuno Kuni in no time. Jiraiya and his squad walked slowly through the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. There was too much for the 3 Uzumaki cousins to absorb. There were so many destroyed buildings and so little nature, everything seemed as if it was just recently destroyed and burned to the ground. The village as a whole gave an eerie feeling to the entire group. Every few moments, the group would stop to examine a particular building or ruins together. Each time, they would find nothing of worth. Everything that was buried in certain areas seemed to have either been destroyed or already taken. It added to the feeling of the area, as if not a single soul had walked the grounds of Yuzushiogakure in decades. And this place was a former hidden village? Naruto mumbled the thought. Oh yeah? One of the more populated ones, too. Jiraiya answered blankly. Its population rivaled the 5 major villages. It certainly had more than Kiri and Suna at the time, at least. And everyone who lived here was either killed or scattered, Karen stated quietly as tears filled up in her eyes. She quickly took off her glasses and brushed them away. This is horrible. This is why nobody in Konoha likes to come here. And this is why your mom never took a step back here after the invasion, Naruto. Jiraiya answered sadly. The destruction was too much to bear for her. I think her parents died during the invasion too. My grandparents. The Uzumaki continued to mumble. He closed his eyes as if he was resisting the urge to cry at the thought. The group continued to walk throughout the village in silence. After about 30 minutes of aimless walking, they stopped in front of a large, green brick building. There were certain holes in the building and columns toppled over that showed destruction, but the overall building seemed to still be standing. Jiraiya, upon arriving at the building, gestured at a brown, wooden door at the front of the building. This is one of the few sites in the village that remain standing. And you see that seal above the door? He questioned them. Naruto, Karen, and Tayuya looked closely and noticed a tag with the seal that resembled the Uzumaki clan symbol. I've done some investigation of it. That's a blood seal. Only somebody with the blood of the castor can enter the building that it is protecting. I'm certain that's part of the reason why the building has remained standing. So the castor was an Uzumaki. Only members of our clan can enter. Tayuya commented as she walked closer to the door. If you guys are going to find anything about your clan that would be worthwhile to you, it would be in there. I can't follow you inside, so as the Hokage ordered, Naruto will be leading. Jiraiya informed them. You sure you can't come in with us, Jiraiya? Naruto questioned, taking a moment to not use his newly appointed Erosenin nickname. You are an expert in Fuinjutsu. Surely you know how to get past the seal. Kid, I am an expert in the art, yes, but I couldn't hold a candle against some of the Fuinjutsu users of your clan. I've seen people try to get in there and get themselves burned to the ground immediately for trying. I'm not risking it. The Sannin informed them with a shrug. Just go in without me. I'll entertain myself while you are all observing the inside of the building. Got it. The blonde Uzumaki nodded in understanding. He then turned to face his cousins. Are you two ready to go inside? Both Karen and Tayuya nodded in response. Taking a deep breath, Naruto walked forward to the building's entrance with Tayuya and Karen close behind. Hesitantly, he brought his hands to the wooden door and pushed it open with ease. He then entered the building, followed closely behind by his cousins. Upon entering the building, the three Uzumaki cousins were greeted with the sight of a small, simple room with 3 corridors. The corridor on the left was completely covered in rubble and seemed to head to the outside, suggesting that there was nothing to be found in that direction. The corridor to the right and the corridor straight forward, on the other hand, had doors at the end. Let's start with the one on the right? Naruto questioned his partners. Doesn't make me any difference which way we go. Tayuya shrugged in response. Just be careful of any traps. I know we're Uzumaki and we were able to get in, but that doesn't mean that there may not have been anything set up for any intruder that somehow got in. The blonde nodded in response. He then led his cousins straight down the corridor to the right. As they approached the wooden door at the end, they noticed the Uzumaki clan symbol directly above the door in red. Once they arrived, Naruto pushed open the door and the trio entered the room. Whoa! Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen mumbled. The room was wide, open, and completely intact. None of the bricks seemed out of place on the wall and appeared as if nothing had happened to it in contrast to the rest of the village. There wasn't a single window in the room. A few ceiling tags on the walls generated the light that illuminated the room for the trio to see the room. On the walls and ceiling of the room, however, was what really gathered the attention of the Uzumaki cousins, a genealogy. At the top of the ceiling was the name Rikudo Sennin. Drawn down from that name in a red line were 2 clan names, Senju and Uchiha. Another line was drawn from the Senju and created a new name, Uzumaki. From the Uzumaki name, the lines moved off the ceiling and on to the 4 walls. Various names of Uzumaki clan members were written. It showed the names of who they married, who their children were, and who their children had children with. Underneath their names, in addition, were a date of birth and a date of death for nearly every Uzumaki. Only a handful of names did not contain that information next to them. This was our clan? Naruto questioned. Is this every Uzumaki in the village? Whoever the leader of the village was must have had to keep this up to date. Tayuya mumbled as her eyes moved from name to name. They were wide in surprise as she tried to process everything. This is incredible. Almost immediately, an idea entered Naruto's head. He quickly looked through the various names on the wall, looking for one in particular. It took him nearly a minute before he found the name, Uzumaki Kushina. Mom! Naruto spoke quietly as he rubbed his hand on her name. He knew this wasn't her grave, but it was still the closest place he had ever felt to her. His eyes immediately started to water. This was your home, huh? The blonde's eyes wandered up and noticed the names of Uzumaki Sanpei and Uzumaki Junko connected to his mother's name. So, these must have been my grandparents then. Taiyuya and Karen went over to Naruto's side to see his own mother's place on the genealogy. Taiyuya's eyes started to wander after taking a peek. They then widened exponentially at two nearby names. Wait, are you kidding me? She gasped as she pointed to the names. Those are my parents! Naruto and Karen both turned their attention towards Taiyuya's finger. She was pointing to the names of Uzumaki Arashur and Uzumaki Ami. The chart didn't show that they had a child, but it did show that they were married together. It also showed a line that connected Uzumaki Arashi's father with Uzumaki Junko, a line that revealed that Naruto's grandfather and Taiyuya's grandmother were siblings. My mom and your dad were first cousins! Naruto exclaimed. You're shitting me. Taiyuya actually managed to chuckle to herself. I guess we are literally cousins after all, Naruto. That's incredible. Naruto brushed away the tears from finding Kushina's name and looked at Taiyuya with a broad grin on his face. Guess I really can call you Taiyuya-ne. Heh. I suppose it's still fitting. Taiyuya returned his grin with a smirk of her own. But don't expect me to start calling you Otuto. I'm not doing any of that shit. Karen giggled to herself. I'm glad you two found out about your connection. That's really coincidental. You're telling me? Taiyuya exclaimed excitedly as she turned to face the other Uzumaki. Did you look for your parents' names? Immediately, Karen's face fell slightly. I grew up in an orphanage and was told I was an Uzumaki. I honestly don't know the name of my mother or father. Naruto and Taiyuya remained silent for a moment. The blonde Uzumaki, in particular, sympathized with her, knowing the pain of not knowing who your parents were. He opened his mouth to console his cousin, but the Kusa Genin shook her head for a moment and smiled. But I'm certain their names are on this wall somewhere, and that's all the comfort I need, she said proudly. They're here somewhere. They are. Damn straight they are. Taiyuya nodded in agreement. And who knows? Maybe we'll find out some clue about who your parents were in this place after all. Maybe. Karen nodded in agreement. The group remained in the room for a moment longer, still reading the names on the wall. After 30 minutes passed, the group decided to leave the room and continue their exploration of the building. As the trio left the room, they were seemingly unaware of the mole that peeked its head out of a tile on the ground. Masakato mumbled to himself as he finished a stroke with his pen. The red-haired man looked deeply at the seal he had finished working on. He placed it on the ground and began running through hand signs. For the love of God, work this time, he grumbled to himself as he started to make hand signs. Fuinjutsu, reversal dash, Masakato-sama. Koropu jumped out of a hole in the ground directly in front of Masakato and his seal. The surprise entrance started the Uzumaki, causing him to fall backwards in surprise. This caused him to finish the Fuinjutsu with the incorrect hand signs, causing the seal to fail. It immediately lit itself on fire. Arg! Masakato hissed as he pulled himself on the ground. He looked up just in time to see the seal burn away. Wait! No! Come on! The red-haired man rushed over quickly to put out the fire. It was too late, however, and the seal turned into a pile of ash. Masakato looked intently at the ashes for a few moments in silence before he shook his head. Fucking hell! That seal was perfect! He shouted in frustration. He then turned angrily towards the mole that had startled him. What the fuck, Koropu? You know how important this seal that I'm working on is to me. Please, for the love of everything holy, don't interrupt me when I'm in the middle of experimentation. God damn it! Forgive me, Masakato-sama, but I believe you would like to know that of the 4 shinobi that had entered Yuzushio-gakure, 3 of them have stepped foot in the temple. Koropu informed the man calmly, seemingly ignoring the man's anger. Masakato's anger faded immediately and turned into pure shock. So they do have the blood of Uzumaki, he mumbled to himself. A few seconds passed by before his eyes started to see red. His grip on the pen in his hands tightened. The descendants of traitors have finally come to see how the village they fled from is doing. How absolutely insulting! Masakado immediately pulled himself up to his feet. He reached his right hand into the left sleeve of his jacket and pulled out a scroll. I'll be waiting here for them. I'll let them explore the rest of the temple. Let them see more of their people, the people they let die. Masakado hissed to himself. He then turned to face the mole standing next to him. Koraput, you said that only 3 of the 4 shinobi entered? The 4th one must not have Uzumaki blood, but he is still variable that may need to be dealt with. Dispose of him. I can do that. The mole nodded his head. However, I must ask you, are you sure about this, Masakado-sama? You haven't fought in decades and your physical strength has weakened. You've grown a lot older. Do you think you'll be capable to handle 3 of them at once? Masakado shook his head, dismissing the mole's concern. He made a hand sign, causing the scroll in his hands to release a cloud of smoke. When the smoke disappeared, the scroll was replaced with a bronze shield marked with the Uzumaki clan symbol on it. I wouldn't worry about my condition. Even in age, I'm still one of the greatest Fuinjutsu masters the Uzumaki clan has produced. I'm more than capable to kill any punks that step foot in this room. As you say, Masakado-sama. Korapin nodded his head in understanding. I will return here once the other shinobi has been eliminated. With those words, Korap proceeded to return through the hole he had come in from. Masakado was now left alone in the room. And now I wait, Masakado stated as he took out his pen. He moved it towards his shield and began slowly drawing an ornate seal on the shield around the Uzumaki clan symbol. When he finished, he used a piece of rope to tie the shield to his back. He then began to walk around the room as he pulled out seals from his jacket sleeves. Take your time, traitors. The second you all walk through the door to this room, you're all dead. Naruto, Taiya, and Karen quickly opened the door at the end of the other available corridor by the entrance. They then entered a new, large room with a lot more complexity, and a lot more destruction. The room was large and open with 10 wooden doors along the walls of the room with equal distance between each of them. Along the walls were various different Fuinjutsu seals and symbols. The ceiling to the room was destroyed in the invasion, causing sunlight to fall into the room and illuminate more than any of the other previous rooms. At the very center of the room was a large, circular base. The base was surrounded by large pieces of marble. That must have been part of a pretty big statue, Naruto commented with a whistle as he examined one of the pieces. The piece alone was bigger than his body. Wonder what it was when it was still standing. Karen walked over to the base and noticed an inscription written on it. She quickly adjusted her glasses and read it. Our holy ancestor, the man who created ninjutsu, the Rikudo Sennin. Did our clan actually believe in the myth of the Rikudo Sennin? Taiya questioned with a sigh. It seems as if the people here worshipped him like a god or something. I don't know. Naruto shrugged. He then rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I actually don't know much about the myth. I just know the name Rikudo Sennin. It's not worth looking into. It's a bunch of bullshit if you ask me, she replied with a snort. Anyway, let's keep looking around here. Taiya went to the first door she could find in the room and opened it. She walked inside and entered a long, narrow hallway with scrolls sticking out of the wall. The red-haired girl pulled out one of the scrolls and read the title. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Whirlpool Devastation, she read. Her eyes then widened as realization dawned on her. Naruto, Karen, I think I found a library of jutsu. Her cousins quickly rushed over to her side and entered the room. They then pulled out more scrolls and started to read the titles. Yeah, this is a jutsu library, alright. Wow. Naruto looked absolutely giddy as his eyes wandered from scroll to scroll. I don't think I've ever seen this many jutsu scrolls in one place. Bigger than anything Kusa had. Karen commented in disbelief as she pulled out another scroll. Heh, Orochimaru would have pissed himself if he saw this place. A collection like this would be like a wet dream for him. Thank fuck he didn't know about the stuff here. Taiya snickered to herself. It seems like everything in here is Fuinjutsu, Naruto commented after looking at his 5th scroll in a row. I'm willing to bet there's some other stuff here too, but yeah, most of it is probably Fuinjutsu. Taiya replied. It's what our clan was famous for, after all. They could spam the art in a way that nobody else could. There were even rumors that the Uzumaki had a bloodline that gave them a predisposition to Fuinjutsu, Karen added. Naruto nodded his head in understanding at the words of his cousins. He then pulled out another scroll and looked at its title. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. This is what the Uzumaki were known for. This was the style of jutsus my mom used. Naruto rationalized in his head. I need to talk to Erosenin when we leave this place. Once I get the Rasengan down, I need to ask him to help me get started with Fuinjutsu. Anyway, guys, we should probably keep looking around, Karen suggested as she walked over to the entrance. We can come back here after we explore the rest of the place. Tayuya nodded her head and followed Karen out of the room. Naruto remained motionless, still thinking about his plans to learn Fuinjutsu. Naruto. You good? Tayuya called out to him. You're technically the leader, you know? We can't leave without you. Tayuya's words pulled Naruto out of his thoughts. He nodded his head and quickly stuffed the Hurricane Manifestation scroll into his backpack before rushing over to his cousins. Yeah, let's keep moving, he agreed as he left the room. The Uzumaki cousins then moved on to the next room in the temple. What's in here? Naruto mumbled to himself as he opened a door. After checking 3 more doors and being greeted with empty, destroyed rooms, Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen opened a 5th door and were greeted with the sight of a small circular room. The room had a wooden floor that was painted red that had the image of the Uzumaki clan symbol along the floor. The walls were covered with red bricks that matched the color of the room. There was also a wooden desk in the center of the room that was surprisingly not destroyed. The desk, however, was covered in dust and looked as if it had not been touched since the invasion. The room had 2 pictures along the wall behind the desk. One was a picture of an elderly woman with long, light red hair that had ceiling tags sticking out of her hair. The other picture was of an elderly man that was bald. Both pictures depicted these people wearing the same outfit, purple robes that resembled the robes of the Hokage with a matching purple hat with the Uzushiogakure spiral symbol on it. The phrases Uzumaki Rei, Shodame Uzukage and Uzumaki Kanji, Naidame Uzukage were printed in gold underneath the pictures. Uzukage? Naruto repeated the phrase in surprise. This building I think also doubled as the general government building for Uzushiogakure. This must have been the office for the leader, Tayuya commented as she walked forward to examine the pictures. Karen and Naruto followed behind and examined the pictures in closer detail. As they approached the area closer, Karen noticed something on the wall nearby the picture of the Naidame Uzukage. A brick was sticking out. She mumbled to herself as she went over and gripped the brick tightly. She then pulled on it, taking the brick out of the wall, revealing a hole. Karen quickly reached inside the hole to see what was inside. She then pulled out a scroll. Guys, look at this, she called out to her cousins. Naruto and Tayuya, who had been busy examining the portraits of the leaders of Uzushiogakure, turned their attention to Karen. The Kusa shinobi quickly blew dust off the scroll as she unraveled it. Unlike the scrolls they found in the library, this one contained writing. At first glance, it appeared to a report of some sorts. Do you think there's any more in here? Tayuya questioned as she examined. You two check the walls. I can read the scroll out loud to you both, Karen suggested. Naruto and Tayuya nodded in approval as they quickly moved to the walls, looking for loose bricks. As they started to look, Karen began to read the letter out loud. Log 14 Only 14 of these in my lifetime since I received the title of Uzukage. I suppose I should have written more of these to keep as records, but I'm not much of a writer. My previous logs should suggest that. Regardless, I am writing here to get my last thoughts written down before tomorrow, the day that I will most likely die. I have received reports from some of our spies that Kumogakure is planning an invasion on our village. This plan has been apparently underway for the past year. Now, the village's army is approaching and is being led by the Raikage himself. According to what I have heard, they should be here by tomorrow. I have called back all shinobi that were on missions and plan on leading the defense myself. I will be the village's shield and do my role to keep the village safe. I will most likely have direct combat with the Raikage. From all that I heard of him, he may have the skills needed to kill me. I am now an old man and much weaker than I was years ago. Still, I know I have enough strength in me to take him down with me. I know that much of myself. Thankfully, I have already chosen my successor. Even better, he is the greatest seal master Uzushiogakure has produced. At this very moment, he is currently working on perfecting a seal to keep all non-Uzushiogakure shinobi out of the village and thinks that he may be finished by tomorrow. If he can achieve this, then we can actually avoid this battle altogether. I consider myself a realist and therefore will not allow myself to rely on his seal to be made. Having said that, if there's one man I trust is able to create such a seal, it is him. Regardless, I am prepared to die tomorrow. I will do what I can to keep Yuzushiogakure alive and my people protected. Long live Yuzushiogakure. After tomorrow, whether I live or die, my successor take over once this conflict with Kumo is over. May the village's reign be even grander under the rule of the Sandame Yuzukage, Uzumaki Kanji, Nidame Yuzukage. And there it ends. Karen concluded the scroll. Naruto and Taiuya looked downward at the words. They did not know anything about Uzumaki Kanji beforehand, but hearing his words on the scroll brought sadness to their hearts. The man died the day after he finished writing that scroll, and the village that he was going to sacrifice himself for would die with him. He was certainly unaware that it wasn't just Kumogakure that invaded Yuzushiogakure that day. It was also Kirigakure and Iwagakure. The three villages came together to completely destroy the village and the Uzumaki clan. He had no knowledge of any of this. It's a shame that successor of his wasn't able to finish that seal. Naruto finally spoke up. It is. But that's history. That's how things happen. Taiuya mumbled in response. Did you guys find any other scrolls? This one did suggest that the Nidame wrote more, and maybe even the Shodame has some written. We checked, yeah, but we couldn't find any bricks. If there were other scrolls, they're gone now. Naruto replied with a frown. Karen closed the scroll after hearing Naruto's words. She then gave the scroll a curious look as she returned it to its hole in the wall. If the other scrolls in the office were destroyed, why wasn't this one? After putting away the scroll, the group finished their work in the room. They then walked out, heading towards their next destination. As the Uzumaki cousins investigated the temple, Jiraiya was left alone in the destroyed village. The sight of the destruction and the thought of all the lives that had been lost was a depressing thought, especially to a man like Jiraiya who wanted more than anything to find a way to create peace around the globe. He needed something to get his mind off the depressing thoughts of being in Yuzushiogakure. Therefore, to focus on something else, Jiraiya sat down on the ground, pulled out a notebook and pen, and started to write his next book in the Aika Aika series. Hee. The Sannin blushed as he put his thoughts onto paper. Oh, this one is going to be good. This one is going to be my best-selling work yet. Take that, Rashi. The man continued to write to pass the time while waiting for the Uzumaki cousins. He seemed as if he wasn't paying attention to anything else around. Just as he was finished with the first 4 pages of the book, he started to hear something. What? He mumbled to himself as he quickly put the book away and stood up. The sound was faint, but he could definitely hear something. The sound was also gradually becoming louder. Jiraiya continued to wonder himself what was creating the noise when the ground underneath him started to fall apart. Fuck! He cursed to himself as he jumped. The Sannin managed to move fast enough in time to avoid falling into the hole. He then immediately landed on another segment of ground. The ground underneath his feet, once again, began to falling apart. This time, Jiraiya jumped directly above it as the ground fell apart, creating a hole. He made a series of hand signs and brought his hands to his face, causing him to spit out oil into the hole. He then quickly ran through another set of hand signs. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. The fire made contact with the oil in the hole, igniting it and creating a conflagration underneath the earth. As a result, Koropu jumped out of the hole and landed on the ground. Jiraiya landed on the ground directly across from the large mole. A summoning animal? The Sannin questioned. Who are you? And where is your summoner? My name is Koropu, and I wouldn't concern yourself with my summoner. Koropu shook his head. I've been ordered to dispose of you. I'd suggest leaving the area immediately, before I kill you. The mole spoke the threat with such a nonchalant, calm tone of voice that it almost took Jiraiya by surprise. There was no tension or emotion whatsoever in his words. It was a disturbing revelation to the Toad Sage. Regardless, Jiraiya shook his head and ignored the feeling as he glared at the mole in front of him. You and your summoner must feel rather confident if you think that you alone can take me, he replied as he bit his finger. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya immediately slammed his hand down, generating a poof of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the Toad boss, Gamabunta, appeared. The Toad stood directly in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you just summoned me a few weeks ago against Manda. What the hell do you need me for now? Gamabunta's rant died on his tongue as he noticed a mole of nearly equal standing across from him. The Toad's eyes widened. Well, I'll be damned. It's been a while since I've seen a mole. That you, Koropu? Indeed it is. Korapa nodded his head. The mole's eyes were narrowed in deep thought as he studied Gamabunta. So, he summons toads. Clearly, this is Jiraiya from Konoha. This could be problematic. The mole then proceeded to shake his head. It doesn't matter. Masakato-sama ordered his removal, so that's what I will do. It only means I will have to work harder to do my task. Feels weird to see you on the battlefield again. I really thought you moles were only summoned by Yuzushi Ogakyu Shinobi. Gamabunta commented as he reached for the dagger at his side. You all prided yourself on your loyalty and how it went with you to the grave. I really thought you would not dare let another shinobi sign your contract once Yuzushi Ogakyu went down. For the first time, Korapu's face lit with emotion, anger. He glared at the toad boss and seemed prepared to charge. Do not doubt the loyalty of the moles, Gamabunta-san. Masakato-sama is still alive and I, along with my kin, will remain loyal to him until the end of time. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror at the name of Korapu's summoner. Sweat started to roll down his face, and he could feel a lump develop on the back of his throat. Masakato, as in Uzumaki Masakato. He's still alive? The Sannin realized. That is correct, but he is currently involved with the 3 Uzumaki in the temple. He is no concern to you. Korapu informed him sharply. I am your only concern at this moment. If Masakato's in the temple and against us, then that means... Another wave of horror washed over Jiraiya's face as he quickly turned his head towards the entrance to the temple. Shit! I need to get in there fast before he kills them. Style, rock bullets. With Jiraiya's back turned, Korapu dug his claws into the ground and brought them upward. Immediately, large clumps of the earth were flung directly towards Jiraiya. The Toad Sannin turned his head just in time to see the incoming attack. Before he could react, however, Gamabunta pulled out his dagger and proceeded to cut the rocks into tiny pieces. Jiraiya, I don't know what you're thinking about right now, but this mole should be your only concern right now. Gamabunta advised. The Sannin sighed to himself as he jumped onto Gamabunta's head. He knew the Toad Boss was right. However, that wasn't stopping him from being worried. Naruto, Taiguya, Karen, stay safe. I'll find somewhere in there as soon as I'm done with this mole. With that thought, Jiraiya managed to push his worries to the side. He then prepared himself for a fight with Korapu. Only 2 more rooms left. Taiguya noted absent-mindedly. Naruto didn't say anything as he opened up the second-to-last room available to them. He then entered a room that looked entirely bare and dark. There were no windows or seals to illuminate the room. A small hole in the ceiling was the only source of light. Rubble and bricks were lying on the ground, suggesting that whatever was present in the room was no longer in existence. There's nothing in here, Naruto commented. We don't know that yet, Karen responded. Let's do some examination. With those words, Taiguya and Karen entered the room behind Naruto. Once they entered the room, a seal tag above the door was activated. A brick wall then developed in the doorway, sealing the exit. Huh! Taiguya gasped at the sight of the sudden brick wall. What the hell happened? Naruto questioned loudly. He started making hand signs, preparing for a jutsu that could blow down the wall. Enjoy the tour of the Yuzushi Ogakyu Temple, traders? The 3 Uzumaki cousins quickly turned their heads towards the sound of the voice. From the shadows of the rooms, Masakato stepped out and revealed himself. The man had a scowl on his face as he studied each of the 3 Uzumaki in front of him. You 3 look so very young, he hissed quietly as he approached them. You must be part of the newest generation of shinobi. How fortunate that you all were able to be born. It's a shame that the Uzumaki who stayed loyal to Yuzushi Ogakyu weren't able to live to your generation. What the hell are you rambling about? Taiguya demanded. Who are you? Are you an Uzumaki? Naruto questioned. He then shook his head. I don't know what you are talking about. If you're an Uzumaki, then we are family. We didn't betray anybody. Bullshit! Masakato yelled. Our village needed every helping hand to withstand the invasion of Kumo, Kiri, and IWA. All shinobi, regardless of rank and mission, were called back to keep the village safe. Your parents decided to take the coward's way out and not come back. Maybe with just a few seal masters, we could have survived. We could have had more minds working on barrier and protective seals. We could have had something. Yes, sir. Karen mumbled to herself in fear. The man standing in front of them was starting to really scare her. Every word he spoke was filled with so much hate and anger. He was emitting killing intent with every fiber of his being. We didn't do anything. Why, you're not making sense. I'm not making sense? Am I not thinking logically to you? Masakato snarled. No, you aren't, Tayuya hissed bluntly. I don't know about Naruto's and Karen's parents, but I listened to my parents talk about the invasion. They did not betray or leave the village when it needed them. They were not fucking traitors. How dare you insinuate such bullshit? How dare you lie to me about facts? The man yelled back in response. Who are you? Naruto questioned. I am Uzumaki Masakato, the chosen apprentice and successor to Uzumaki Kanji. I am the Sandaime Yuzukage of the ruined village of Yuzushiogakure. The man shouted angrily as he gripped the pen in his hands tightly. And as Yuzukage, I declare the three of you, the children of traitors, guilty of treason yourself. I sentence the three of you to your own personal executions. With those words, Masakato charged directly towards the three cousins. Chapter 38: Masakato's Rage. I am Uzumaki Masakato, the chosen apprentice and successor to Uzumaki Kanji. I am the Sandaime Yuzukage of the ruined village of Yuzushiogakure. The man shouted angrily as he gripped the pen in his hands tightly. And as Yuzukage, I declare the three of you, the children of traitors, guilty of treason yourself. I sentence the three of you to your own personal executions. With those words, Masakato charged directly towards the three cousins. Earth-style, stone fist jutsu. Without making a single hand sign, Masakato's right hand became completely encased in stone. The stone hand grew in size, matching the size of his own body. He continued to rush forward at Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen, attempting to land a punch with his stone fist. The three Uzumaki cousins managed to jump away just in time and slide back, placing distance between them and the elder Uzumaki. Tayuya took this moment to pull out her flute, while Naruto and Karen pulled out kunai knives. Why are you attacking us? Naruto demanded. We're family. What have we done to you? Ignoring his questions, Masakato quickly released his jutsu, returning his hand to normal. He then reached into the sleeve of his jacket, pulling out a kunai with an explosive tag on it. The tag seal, however, had in addition made it an infinity marker around the center. He then tossed the kunai with the tag towards the trio. Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen, once again, jumped out of the way and the kunai made direct contact with the ground. Masakato then made a singular hand sign. Fuinjutsu, continuous explosion! Instantly, the explosive tag began to tear itself apart into 50 smaller pieces. These pieces floated in the air and proceeded to fly directly at the three Uzumaki cousins. Their eyes widened in fright. Tayuya and Karen were about to jump away from the papers, but Naruto reacted first and began rushing through a series of hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough! The blonde Uzumaki quickly breathed out a large gust of wind just before the pieces of paper would have reached the trio. The papers, upon making contact with the wind, simultaneously blew up, creating 50 large explosions in the air. The resulting explosions started to cause parts of the ceiling of the room to fall down, creating more sunlight and illuminating the battlefield more. Parts of the ceiling directly above Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen started to fall apart as well, causing the trio to have to jump away to avoid being hit by debris. As they landed on the ground, however, they were met by Masakato. The man's right hand was, once again, completely encased in stone that rivaled the size of his body. He delivered a punch that managed to hit all three shinobi at once. The trio was sent flying headfirst into a wall and, after making contact, hit the ground with a loud thump. Each of them winced in pain at the impact as they struggled to get up, barely holding onto their weapons. Quite the unfortunate spot in the room for them to land. Masakato smirked to himself as he noticed what wall they hit. Their resulting collision with the wall revealed a seal that was buried within it. With a singular hand sign, Masakato triggered the seal on the wall. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation! As Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen managed to pull themselves off the ground, they were greeted with the sight of the seal glowing a green color. Their eyes widened, once again, as they quickly jumped out of the way of the seal. Almost instantaneously, a giant tornado-like windstorm developed directly in front of the trio. They managed to avoid getting hit by the full force of the storm. The edge of the wind still managed to cut into their arms, however. Karen screamed in pain while Naruto and Tayuya winced, trying to resist screaming as well. Each of them were bleeding heavily. Masakato then began charging at the trio, his fist encased in stone once again. Pull yourself together, Tayuya. If this continues at the rate it's going, we're all going to be fucking dead. Tayuya mentally scolded herself. She then brought her flute to her lips and played a note as quickly as possible. Demonic flute, phantom sound chains. Upon hearing the note from her flute, Masakato stopped charging and the stone around his right hand collapsed. He became motionless as a far-out look appeared in his eyes. In his mind, he felt his body become fastened to sturdy ropes. He was also bombarded with images of his skin melting in front of him. Alright, that'll buy us some time. He'll probably break out of that genjutsu fast, so let's hurry up and get ready for him, Tayuya informed her cousins. She brought her index finger to the part of her bleeding arm and coated it in her blood. She then made a series of hand signs before slamming her palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu! A poof of smoke filled the area. Once the smoke cleared, 3 large, muscular creatures appeared directly in front of her. Each of them had a few unique characteristics but shared some demonic features. One wore a dark green bodysuit with hair that covered its entire face and carried a club. A second one was bald and shirtless that wore a headband that covered its eyes and ears. It had a thorn-like weapon attached to its hand that resembled claws. The third was a creature that had its entire body covered in bandages with no arms. All 3 creatures remained motionless and appeared lifeless. Tayuya, what the hell kind of summoning technique is that? Naruto managed to ask. He looked disturbed as he stared at the creatures. Can we do this later? Right now's not the time to start talking about our jutsu, Tayuya chided him. For what it's worth, those creatures are called doki. You can look them up when you have some spare time in Konoha, Kurama commented within Naruto's head. Kyubi? You're here? Wait, of course you're here. You're always here, Naruto shook his head. Anyway, if you heard that, you know what kind of trouble I'm in. I need some chakra and fast to help with this fight. At least enough to maybe summon one of the stronger toads. I don't know why you bothered to ask. Thanks to Koko's container, you know how to take chakra from me. The fox rolled his eyes in response. Before Naruto could respond, the fox then started to release chakra, causing the blonde's body to be encased in red chakra. This should be enough for now. Surely you can summon an acceptable toad with that. I can. Thanks. Naruto responded aloud with a smirk. He, like Tayuya, swiped his index finger against the cuts on his arm to obtain a blood sample. He then made a series of hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu! A large magenta-colored toad with black markings on his body appeared directly in front of Naruto. The toad wore a black kimono with a white sash and had mesh armor underneath. It wore a shield tied around its back and had a Susumita in his hand. After being summoned, the toad quickly turned his head and faced Naruto. Are you the new toad summoner that Jiraiya talked about? He questioned. You bet I am. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself. Not to cut the introduction short, but I'm going to need help. The toad looked away momentarily towards Masakato. He nodded in understanding. My name's Gamaken. I'm a little bit clumsy, but I'll do what I can to help, he replied modestly. Any help is appreciated, the blonde commented cheerfully. Guys, Karen mumbled. Her eyes were focused solely on the other Uzumaki in the room. He's getting out of the genjutsu. As if on cue, Masakato broke himself out of the genjutsu. The shinobi shook his head angrily. Fucking genjutsu! He cursed to himself. Now that he was free from the technique, he looked around the battlefield and noticed Naruto's and Tayuya's summons. His eyes narrowed immediately. So we got a couple of summoners here, huh? You're outnumbered. Badly. Naruto spoke up as frown developed on his face. Come on, just let us talk to you for a little bit. We can avoid this fight. We don't mean any harm. I don't care what you all have to say, Masakato hissed in response. Karen stiffened at his words. As a chakra sensor capable of discerning emotions from fluctuations of chakra in a person's body, she could sense the emotions of the people around her in detail. Masakato, at this moment, was radiating nothing but rage. She had never experienced meeting a person capable of feeling such anger. It's consuming all of his rational thought. There's no way he's capable of rational thought, she realized. We won't be able to talk him out of anything. He's going to come after us until he dies. If you don't care what we have to say, then fine. We'll beat some fucking sense into you, Tayuya retaliated. I'd like to see you try, Masakado taunted. Tayuya immediately blew a note on her flute, signaling the 3 Doki summons to charge forward Masakado. The elder Uzumaki's right hand went to his back and pulled off the bronze shield attached to it. He then gripped it tightly in his hand as he prepared for the first strike of the Doki. Haya! Gamabunta and Koropu engaged each other in direct combat with each other. Gamabunta's dagger made direct contact with Koropu's sharpened claws, blocking each other's attacks. Koropu proceeded to try and swipe at Gamabunta once again with the claws on his other paw, but Gamabunta jumped out of the way into the air. Water style, gunshot! Earth style, rock bullets! Gamabunta unleashed a barrage of massive bullets of water. Koropu, in response, dug his claws into the ground and flung large chunks of earth upward. The 2 jutsus collided with each other, causing water and rock to fall to the ground and canceling out the other attack. The 2 summoned animals continued with their jutsus, trying to land one of their attacks on the other. Jiraiya, while Gamabunta was distracting Koropu, moved around the battlefield stealthily to behind the giant mole. Fire style, flame bullet! The Sannin breathed out a massive fireball launched directly at the mole's back. Koropu managed to notice the attack, however, and proceeded to dive underground to avoid the attack, creating a hole. Jiraiya quickly rushed over to the hole, making hand signs. Gamabunta moved to the hole as well. Oil was starting to spill out of the toad boss's mouth. Gamabunta had the same idea as I did, it seems. Seems like he got even more oil than I had intended for. Jiraiya commented as he prepared for another oil-fire hybrid. Fire style dash earth style, Fisher! Before Jiraiya or Gamabunta could react, the ground beneath their feet caved in completely. Both proceeded to fall down within the earth amongst the debris of the jutsu. The Sannin and Toad Boss managed to find large chunks of debris to land on, and proceeded to jump upwards to avoid falling down further. Just as they landed back on solid, stable ground, however, a paw emerged from under the ground and grabbed Jiraiya's leg. Fuck dash! Before Jiraiya could react, he was pulled back underground. He was then dragged downward as Koropu continued to tunnel further downwards into the earth. The mole's claws were deep within Jiraiya's leg. Furthermore, with each second as he was dragged underground, his face and body collided with various rock and stone that Koropu intentionally hit him against. The Sannin was starting to extensively bleed all over his body. Can't let this continue much longer. Must change the battlefield. Jiraiya realized as he ran through hand signs, ignoring the sharp pain at all points of his body. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Upon completion of the jutsu, the ground that Koropu was moving through began to change shape. The mole let go of Jiraiya's leg and was forced upward as the ground turned to a liquid that rose up in the ground. Now free, Jiraiya jumped upwards as well. Both he and the mole managed to return above ground and were greeted with a new terrain, a muddy swamp. Quite the interesting technique, I must say, Koropu commented as the mole tried to move its body. His legs, however, seemed to be stuck to the mud of the swamp. Quite interesting indeed. One of my favorites, Jiraiya replied, breathing heavily. That mole is ruthless. I need to be more careful. I'm at their mercy in this swamp. I need to break free. Koropu noted to himself. He brought his paws together, causing his claws on each paw to collide with each other. Let's see if this jutsu can withstand this. Seeing that Koropu was attempting something, Gamabunta proceeded to jump towards the mole. He raised his dagger and prepared to cut directly at the mole. Just as he was starting his descent onto Koropu, the mole dug his claws deep within the mud of the swamp. Earth style, drill run! Gamabunta landed before Koropu finished his technique and delivered a cut deep within the mole's back. Koropu winced in pain, but seemed to ignore the pain to continue with his technique. His claws moved at a rapid speed in a circular motion that managed to pierce through the mud of the swamp. Immediately, Koropu dived headfirst into the hole, using the force of his technique to pull his legs out of the swamp. He broke free? Jiraiya shook his head in frustration. Koropu proceeded to keep digging underground, having his claws reach the surface. The claws proceeded to dig through the mud, mixing it with the natural dirt underground. In a matter of seconds, the mole had completely filled the swamp up with dirt as if the mud had never been there. I've never seen someone do that to the swamp. That's rather genius. Jiraiya mentally praised Koropu's idea. The Sannin proceeded to jump towards Gamabunta's head. Almost immediately after, Koropu emerged from the ground exactly where Jiraiya was previously standing with his claws extended forward. At the rate he was moving and with his claws as sharp as they are, that would have pierced me, Jiraiya commented with a sigh. He had avoided a potentially fatal injury. The moles are dangerous summons, Jiraiya. Especially this one, Gamabunta informed him. You should stay on my head for the rest of this battle. Fighting him on the ground is to your disadvantage. Yeah, I can see, the Sannin admitted. Still, we have to finish this battle as quick as possible. We need to find some way into that temple to help out Naruto and the others. Gamabunta did not give a verbal response to his summoner. Instead, he strengthened his grip on his dagger once again and prepared for his next attack in their battle against Koropu. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, impenetrable defense. With a singular stroke of his pen onto his bronze shield, Masakato created 4 large golden shields of pure chakra that surrounded his body. The 3 doki struck at the man, but their attacks did not scratch the shields that protected him. What the? Tayuya's eyes widened, seeing her summons not do any damage to their target. Is that all? Heh. You brats aren't in my league. Masakato taunted as he made another stroke with his pen on the shield in his right hand. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, unstoppable offense! Instantaneously, the 4 golden shields of chakra changed shape to form 4 sharp golden spears. The spears impaled the 3 doki, sending them flying backwards into the wall with a large crash. 3 of the spears remained impaled in the doki, keeping them from moving away. Masakato then charged forward at Tayuya, the 4th golden spear remaining by his side. Damn it! Tayuya grumbled as she started to play a different note, the note she used in her genjutsu. To her surprise, however, her technique didn't slow down Masakato and he continued to charge her. The girl quickly jumped out of the way, barely avoiding being impaled by the golden spear. Nice try, traitor, but you hit me with the same genjutsu twice. The Sandaime Uzukage continued to taunt. He was about to charge her again, but was stopped as Gamaken proceeded to strike at him with his Susumita. With a quick stroke of his brush, Masakato quickly changed the shape of his spear back into a shield and blocked the attack. He then made a gesture with the shield in his right hand, causing the golden shield to push back against the Susumita in an attempt to knock Gamaken over. The toad, however, retaliated by pushing back himself. Gamaken managed to push past the shield, moving it backwards into Masakato and sending him to the ground. The shield dispersed immediately. Naruto, seeing an opportunity, made a singular hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu! After a poof of smoke filled the area, 50 clones of Naruto appeared. Each of the clones ran towards the elder Uzumaki. Masakato, upon pulling himself off the ground, was greeted with a punch to the face by one of Naruto's clones, knocking him further backwards. A second clone attempted to land another punch, but the elder Uzumaki managed to fully recover and block the attack with the shield on his right hand. He then quickly drew another line on his bronze shield, recreating the golden spear. The spear moved quickly around in a circular pattern, skewering every Naruto clone around him. In a single second, the 50 clones were dispersed. How did I let that toad knock me off balance? How did that blonde traitor even land a single hit on me? Masakato questioned to himself. Koropu was right. I am getting old. Much too old. And it's been way too long since I last fought anybody. A lot of my natural strength and senses have drastically weakened. Tayuya, noticing an opening, proceeded to blow another note on her flute, directing her 3 doki summons to attack. Despite the fact that they were still impaled against the wall and unable to move, the 3 doki opened their mouths, releasing a worm-like creature with many mouths composed entirely of spiritual energy. The 3 worms flew through the air directly towards Masakato. What? Masakato gasped at the sight of the technique. Immediately, Masakato created a stroke with his pen against his shield, transforming the golden spear of chakra into a shield once again. The shield blocked the approaching worm-like creatures, but they continued to move and crawl past the shield towards Masakato. The Sandaime Uzukage cursed and was forced to jump backwards. One of the worms, however, managed to move fast and struck at him before he could move away. It bit him in the leg, absorbing some of his physical energy. Masakato's eyes closed as he winced in pain from the attack. TSK, those creatures aren't attacking my body. They're hunting my own energy. That's almost worse. The man growled. He put the pen in his left hand away and proceeded to pull out a kunai with a seal tied to it. Those creatures need to be eliminated. The worm-like creatures flew towards Masakato once again. In response, the Sandaime Yuzukage tossed the kunai directly at the 3 physical bodies of the doki that were still impaled on the wall. He then made a hand sign, causing the seal on the kunai to illuminate a green light. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation! Immediately, the seal released a powerful tornado-like windstorm that completely encircled the bodies of the doki. The wind cut deeply into the creatures, cutting off their body parts and destroying them piece by piece. Within seconds, the doki, completely destroyed, disappeared from existence. With the physical bodies gone, the worm-like creatures disappeared as well. That's better dash. Masakato's words died on his lips as he noticed Karen toss a kunai with an explosive tag directly at him. The Sandaime Yuzukage proceeded to catch the kunai by its handle. He then quickly made a hand sign and tapped the seal of the explosive note. Karen made a hand sign to trigger the explosion, but no explosion resulted. Her eyes widened in response. How is that possible? She mumbled to herself. Immediately after, Gamaken jumped towards Masakato to strike him. The Sandaime Yuzukage rolled out of the way his strike and proceeded to toss the kunai directly at the toad's back. Gamaken winced in pain. Masakato then made a hand sign, activating the seal. The resulting explosion sent Gamaken flying. The toad flew in the direction of Tayuya. She was unable to move in time and was sent backwards with Gamaken. The two hit the wall hard. Gamaken grumbled to himself as he fell down hard. Ugh! Tayuya hissed in pain. She was slowly starting to feel her consciousness fade. Tayuya! Karen gasped as she rushed over to her cousin. She noticed the wounds on her cousin's body and her fading consciousness immediately. Karen quickly positioned her arm directly against Tayuya's mouth. Bite me! The former Sound 4 member mumbled, still feeling dazed. She was slowly starting to close her eyes. You know what this can do. The life force within me can heal you, Karen stated sharply. She then forced Tayuya's mouth open and caused her to bite down on her arm. Karen winced in pain, but didn't allow the girl to stop biting. Slowly, Tayuya's body started to regenerate as Karen's life force began to enter her body and heal her. Her wounds began to clear up slightly, and she felt her consciousness return. Masakato, who had been about to charge at the two, looked on in awe as he witnessed Karen's healing prowess. That's the healing capabilities of the Shodaime Yuzukage. She has raised life force. Is she a direct descendant? He questioned in his head. But that should be impossible. She's the descendant of traders. There's no way that could be possible. She can't be one descended from the Shodaime. The Sandaime Yuzukage was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he stopped paying attention to the battlefield. As a result, he didn't notice Naruto create 5 more clones. He also did not notice the blonde, along with his clones, approach him. The first clone delivered a punch directly to his face. 3 more of the clones proceeded to then kick him up into the air. You dash, Zu dash, Ma dash, Ki! The original Naruto jumped up into the air, directly above Masakato's body. The final clone remained on the ground, directly below Masakato and the original Naruto. The clone then started to make hand signs. Naruto! The original Naruto proceeded to kick Masakato downward in the face, directly towards the final clone. The clone had finished his hand signs and used the great breakthrough, releasing a massive gust of wind upwards and forcing Masakato's body upward back towards the original Naruto. Continuous barrage! Naruto proceeded to kick Masakato down, once again. The clone creating the great breakthrough was now joined by the other 4 clones. Each clone released another massive gust of wind, keeping both Masakato and Naruto in the air. This created a seemingly endless loop as Naruto kept kicking Masakato downward and his clones kept forcing him back up to receive another kick by the original Naruto. Damn it, Masakato! Pull yourself together! With his mind clear and focused once again, Masakato, upon getting sent back into the air by Naruto's clones, reached out with his left hand and grabbed Naruto's leg just as he was about to kick him. He then tossed him downward, causing him to crash into his clones, dispelling them. Masakato landed on the ground, directly on top of Naruto's back. Naruto gasped in pain, causing him to cough out blood. The Sandaime Yuzukage then proceeded to pull out from his sleeve a seal tag, one marked with the kanji for fire with an elaborate, precise design surrounding it. He slammed the tag onto Naruto's back, kicked him away, and proceeded to make a singular hand sign. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Inferno! The tag released a bright blue color, signaling that it was activated. As Naruto began pulling himself off the ground, the tag released a massive blue fire that started to slowly cover his body. Ah! He shouted in pain as he tried to put out the fire. His efforts, however, seemingly failed. Within seconds, Naruto succumbed to the pain and fell back to the ground. The fire began to travel further up his body, burning into his clothes and his skin. Karen had finished fully healing Tayuya when Naruto started to scream in pain. The two Uzumaki cousins, along with Gamaken, looked towards the blonde Uzumaki with fear in their eyes. "Naruto!" Karen shouted. "No!" Tayuya yelled out. "No!" Gamaken mumbled, shaking his head. "I can't have failed him. Am I really that clumsy?" And that's one down. 2 more traitors to go. Masakato told himself as he turned away from Naruto's body. You bastard! Tayuya hissed. I'm going to kill you! Heh! Masakato let out a humorless snort as he walked towards the 2 cousins. You seem to understand my rage, understand my fury about your ancestors leaving me and the rest of the Uzumaki clan to face the invasion of Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri alone. The village was destroyed because of your ancestors. They didn't betray anybody, damn it. Fuck you! Tayuya hissed. If anything is to blame for Yuzushiogakure being destroyed, it's you. Masakato immediately stopped walking forward as his eyes widened at the statement. He didn't say anything in response, prompting Tayuya to continue with her rant. You said it yourself, you're the Sandaime Yuzukage, right? You were the successor that Uzumaki Kanji was talking about in his log. We read the fucking scroll in the building. You were walking on a seal to keep enemy shinobi out of the village out, but you didn't finish it in time. You were supposed to be done by the day of the attack, but you were unable to finish it. She yelled loudly. I'm not to blame, Karen isn't to blame, and Naruto isn't. And neither were our parents. You don't know why the fuck they weren't in the village. But what you do know is that you didn't finish that goddamn seal and weren't able to save the village. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Masakato shouted loudly as he pulled out a kunai with a new sealing tag attached to it. Tayuya didn't flinch at his action. You keep calling us traitors and claiming our parents or ancestors were involved with destroying Yuzushiogakure, but that's bullshit and you know it. You're trying to place the blame on us because you can't accept that you are partly the reason the village was destroyed. A malicious glint then developed in her eyes. But the funny thing is that I think, unconsciously, you do accept it. You do know that it's all your fault. For some reason, the only scroll left in the Yuzukage's office is the one that details your plan to create a seal to keep Yuzushio safe. I think you kept it safe and protected as a reminder. Because deep down, you know your belief about traitors is full of shit. Because deep down, you know it's all your fucking fault. Why you're... Masakato began to mumble. His mind was running rampant, processing Tayuya's words. That's... The words on his tongue died as he felt a massive wave of chakra burst through the area. The Yuzukage, along with Tayuya, Karen, and Gamaken, turned their heads toward the direction of the chakra burst and noticed Naruto standing up from the ground. The blue flames that had surrounded his body were completely gone, and the seal was destroyed on the ground. Instead of the blue flames, however, Naruto's body was surrounded completely by red chakra. His physical features had changed. His teeth resembled fangs, his fingernails were sharpened into claws, his eyes developed a red tint, and his whisker marks became more pronounced. There were also 3 tails of chakra sticking out behind him, swaying back and forth. What the... Tayuya's eyes were widened. And Naruto. Karen's eyes were as equally wide as Tayuya's. A jolt of fear traveled down her spine at the sight of him, however, as she felt the essence of chakra. It's that chakra feels so dark, no. That's not possible. Masakato mumbled to himself. It can't be. You can't be her child. Naruto was seemingly unaware of Masakato's screaming. He remained near motionless, trying to concentrate on breathing. Naruto, are you alright? Kurama questioned the boy in his head. Yes. Naruto replied after a few seconds. I'm trying to get used to this chakra. We may be pushing it, giving you 3 tails of chakra, but I wanted to make sure I gave you enough chakra to overcome those flames. I know you haven't trained with this much of my chakra yet, but if you're careful and think rationally, you won't succumb to the power. The Kyuubi informed him. Not that I would care if you did. It would probably be better for me if you did. I'll try and think as rationally as possible, Naruto informed the fox as he took a deep breath. He recalled all of Han's advice as he tried to prevent the chakra from clouding his mind. You do what you need to do, brat. Just fight this man and kill him before he does any more damage to you or your precious cousins, Kurama advised. Right. Naruto responded out loud. After making that statement, Naruto lunged directly at Masakado. Hold on tight, Jiraiya, Gamabunta informed his summoner. The Toad Boss leaped forward towards Koropu, gripping his dagger tightly while Jiraiya did his best to remain standing upright on the Toad's head. The mole, in response, proceeded to dig underground. He got his whole body underneath just before Gamabunta managed to swing the dagger at him. He's going to probably try that trick again with the fissure, Jiraiya commented. That's what I'm expecting, Gamabunta replied in agreement. In expectation, Gamabunta jumped in the air. As expected, the ground where they had been standing split open and a large fissure appeared, causing the earth to fall in. I have an idea on how to smoke that damn mole out, Gamabunta mentioned as he started to collect water in his mouth. Water style, rampaging water! The Toad Boss released a massive stream of water out of his mouth at rapid speed into the giant hole in the ground. The water quickly rushed through the ground through all of the holes in the earth. A moment passed before Koropu was forced out of the ground. The mole's body was completely drenched, and he was breathing heavily. I hate getting my fur wet, the mole declared in irritation. Heh, I have an idea that'll warm you up then, Jiraiya mumbled to himself as he made a series of hand signs. Toad oil bullet! The Sannin spat out a clump of oil that surrounded Gamabunta's dagger. The Toad Boss shared a knowing look of approval with his summoner before he jumped again towards Koropu, preparing to strike him with his dagger. The mole proceeded to block the dagger with his claws, getting some of the oil on his paws as well. Jiraiya proceeded to make another series of hand signs. Fire style, flame bullet. Jiraiya released a giant fireball out of his mouth directly at Gamabunta's dagger before Koropu could move away. The dagger's blade, covered in oil, was now entirely covered in flames. The fire then spread to the traces of oil that were on Koropu's paws. The mole recoiled immediately. Burk! He hissed in pain as he rubbed his paws against the dirt, putting the flames out quickly. With the mole's guard down completely, Gamabunta swung his fire-covered dagger straight at Koropu's stomach. The cut was deep, causing him to bleed. In addition, the rest of the stomach, due to the dagger's flames, was lit on fire. Koropu wailed in pain, both from the cut and the burns. I suppose it wasn't just Masakado-sama who should be concerned about fighting due to old age. I should have taken my own advice. Koropu mentally scolded himself. This is bad. Time to end this, Jiraiya mentioned to Gamabunta as he held out his hand. An orb of fast, rotating visible chakra began to develop in his hand. He then jumped directly at the mole and slammed the orb directly into his skin at the wound from Gamabunta's fire-lit dagger. Raisin Gan! The force of the attack sent Koropu spiraling backwards at a rapid pace. Koropu continued to move backwards until he made direct contact with another nearby building. The building, subsequently, tumbled over and the once standing bricks and stones crashed directly onto the mole's body. He struggled to get up, but felt himself fall to the ground almost immediately after. His body was in too much pain. I can barely move. I can't fight like this. I'll need to heal myself, Koropu realized, shaking his slightly. It was the only real movement he could do at the moment. Masakado-sama, I am sorry. With those words, Koropu disappeared in a poof of smoke, returning to his homeland. Jiraiya and Gamabunta, seeing this, sighed in relief. The human jumped off the toad's head and landed on the ground. Glad that's taken care of. God, fighting a mole is a bitch. I can only imagine what it would have been fighting that old mole back in his prime. Gamabunta grumbled to himself. He then gave Jiraiya an inquisitive look. Is that all, Jiraiya? Or you need anything else? I could maybe use help. I need to get into that temple to help Naruto and the others in their fight with Masakado, Jiraiya declared. The Toad Sage quickly rushed forward to the Uzushigokure temple and got as close to the entrance as possible. His eyes were focused solely on the seal above the entrance while his mind was running rampant, trying to come up with a potential way to get past the Uzumaki blood seal. There has to be. Think, Jiraiya, think! He told himself as pulled out a scroll to begin his own Fuinjutsu work. Come on kids, I'll be in there as soon as I get past this. It won't be much longer. Just please stay alive. Please! Seeing the approaching Jinchuriki, Masakato quickly replaced his kunai with his ink pen. He drew a symbol on the bronze shield in his right hand. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, impenetrable defense! Instantaneously, the Sandaime Yuzukage was surrounded once again by 4 large, golden shields made of pure chakra. Naruto attempted to claw through the shield, but was unable to break through. Upon failing the first time, the blonde Uzumaki jumped backwards and made a hand sign. Smoke filled the area and he was now surrounded by 100 clones of himself. Each clone charged forward again at Masakato, attempting to strike at him. The man's shields remained stable, knocking the clones backward and preventing him from taking damage. The combined, continuous onslaught from the clones, however, managed to put a small scratch in the shield. Masakato's eyes widened immensely at the sight. Impossible! How can that be? Even with a Biju-S chakra, someone would be able to damage my defense. His eyes were focused solely on the Uzumaki. Is he? No, he can't be. It can't be. As the multiple clones of Naruto charged at Masakato one more time to break his shield, the elder Uzumaki quickly made a new stroke on his bronze shield, a spiral that resembled the Uzumaki clan symbol. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, spiral rotation! Immediately, the shields of chakra changed shape once again. They merged into a singular, long open disc that surrounded Masakato. The disc proceeded to spin rapidly. The clones that had attempted to attack the man were sliced by the disc, cutting them in half and causing them to dissipate. The original Naruto, however, noticed the change of tactic and quickly the earth-style, headhunter jutsu. He entered the ground just as Masakato finished destroying all of the clones. The man proceeded to look around the battlefield for the boy. "Where are you?" he mumbled frantically. On cue, Naruto jumped out of the ground directly underneath Masakato's feet. The Sandaime Yuzukage jumped backwards, avoiding a punch aimed for his jaw. Seeing Naruto no longer in the ground, Masakato, without a hand sign, covered his right hand, including his shield, entirely in stone and proceeded to try and punch Naruto at close range. Naruto, however, was able to sidestep just in time and avoid the jutsu. He then swiped at Masakato with his right hand, using them like claws. Masakato used his left arm to block the strike. In response, Naruto performed a sweeping kick quickly. The Sandaime Yuzukage was unable to get away in time, however, and was sent to the ground. Naruto then raised his hand, preparing to deliver a punch to the Yuzukage's face. Masakato quickly rolled backwards to avoid the attack. Recovering slightly, he drew a single stroke on the shield. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, unstoppable offense! The golden disc that surrounded the two had changed shape, returning to resemble 4 golden spears. The spears flung towards Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki, however, jumped out of the way and avoided being skewered. He moved away from the position, putting distance between him and Masakato. "I must admit, your reflexes are a lot better," Masakato commented. "Your skill with your Biju is impressive." "I've been training with the chakra," Naruto admitted. He was breathing heavily, seemingly still trying to control the Kyuubi's influence on him. "But it's working. I can control the Kyuubi's chakra well. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he has to be her child." Masakato quickly shook his head. "No! It can't be! He's a traitor. He's a descendant of a traitor. There's no way he is her son." Masakato instantly slammed his left hand against his shield, signaling the golden chakra spears. The spears charged for Naruto once again. This time, however, they moved at a much faster pace. Naruto managed to avoid the first 2, but the second 2 spears made direct contact with his shoulders. They forced the boy down to the ground and pinned him down. The 2 remaining spears were then directed into the boy's legs, keeping him in place. The blonde cursed in pain and could feel himself bleed deeply, despite the Kyuubi's chakra surrounding him and healing his wounds. He struggled to pull himself up, but found himself unable to move. Seeing the blonde immobile, Masakato put away the pen in his left hand, leaving it open. He held it out and concentrated chakra into it. In a moment, his fingers were lit with a small purple-colored flame. He then charged forward towards Naruto, holding out his hand. "This ends now," he roared. Naruto, seeing the approaching Masakato, decided to inhale deeply the air around him. He then started to channel a massive amount of chakra into his mouth. He waited just as Masakato reached him. 5-pronged seal dash, wind style, great breakthrough. Before Masakado could place the seal on Naruto, the blonde Uzumaki released a massive burst of storm-like wind from his mouth. Powered by Kyuubi's chakra and strength, the wind completely overpowered Masakado, sending him flying away and extinguishing the flames on his hand. He hit a wall in the room hard. Almost instantly, an idea entered Naruto's head. Using the 3 tails of chakra, Naruto managed to reach for the spears and pulled them out of his body. He then tossed them to the side. Once he pulled them out and was completely free, he rushed over to Masakado's body and picked the old man up by the neck. He held out one of his claws towards the man's neck. The Sandaime Uzumaki was looking at the boy with 2 emotions, rage and confusion. "Why? Haven't you died yet?" he hissed in response. The man noticed Naruto hadn't grabbed his hands, leaving him capable to perform a hand sign. He was about to use a jutsu and force Naruto to release him until the Uzumaki spoke up. "Because I don't give up, ever. That's my ninja way, Databayo," Naruto declared sharply. Masakado's eyes widened at the word choice as memories filled his mind. "Come on, Kushina. You know it's going to take more practice," Masakado informed the young red-haired girl in front of him. The girl, Kushina, sighed in response. She crumpled up the sealing paper in front of her and tossed it to the side. "I'm trying. I really am. She sighed before turning her eyes. "I don't know. I don't like Fuinjutsu. What's wrong with sticking with ninjutsu? We're Uzumaki, Kushina. Fuinjutsu is what we are kinda known for me," Masakado informed her in a deadpan-like manner. "I know that, but I don't care. I'm going to be the first Uzumaki shinobi known for her ninjutsu. And I'll be the coolest kunoichi ever," Kushina declared excitedly. Masakado sighed in response. He didn't know exactly what he was getting himself into when he accepted the request of Uzumaki Junko when she requested him to help her daughter develop an interest in Fuinjutsu. He had not known just how uninterested in the art. If an interest was going to develop, she needed something that would interest her. Something she would think was cool. "Kushina, let me show you something," Masakado requested. Kushina gave the man her full attention. Masakado responded by pulling out a small piece of paper and a pen. She immediately lost interest. "What kind of seal is this going to be?" she grumbled. "You'll see," Masakado replied immediately. It took him only a few seconds to create the elaborate symbols for the seal. Once he was finished, Masakado placed his index finger on the seal. "Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation!" Instantly, a giant tornado-like storm developed directly above the seal. Kushina's eyes widened at the sight of the tornado. "How did you do that? With just some paper?" Kushina questioned. "Some paper, ink, and a little bit of chakra," Masakado chuckled in response. "I have complete control of the power of the storm based on how much chakra I put into the seal. It's not a horribly strong technique right now. It won't even cut you or anything. It's safe to walk into, and do this." Masakado proceeded to push Kushina face first into the tornado. The girl was immediately sent flying up the storm. The girl, at first, screamed in fright at the idea of entering something like a tornado. Immediately after she was inside, however, and was simply flying to the top of it, she started to shout in excitement. The breeze of the storm felt perfect to her. It was as if she was flying. A moment passed by before the storm disappeared. Kushina was brought down to the ground safely on her feet. Her hair was blown all over and in her eyes, but she had an excited look in her eyes. With a large grin on her face, she rushed over to Masakado and tackled him. "Teach me how to do that! Teach me!" she begged him. "Why? I thought you didn't want to do Fuinjutsu?" he taunted her teasingly. "I don't care, I do now! That was awesome!" Kushina exclaimed. Masakado laughed as he pulled the little girl off of him. He then took out another sheet of paper and a pen and held it out to the girl in front of her. "We'll practice the basics, then we'll work our way up that. Okay?" he questioned. "Then, one day, you'll be able to be like me and create new Fuinjutsu just like that. You made that jutsu?" Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. "Kid, I've made a lot of jutsu. That's just the tip of the iceberg." Masakado laughed cheerfully. "You can do so much Fuinjutsu. There are so many opportunities." "All right. I promise. I'll learn Fuinjutsu. And I won't stop until I become a master," she declared excitedly. "Promise?" her tutor questioned her with a smirk. "I promise." I'll never give up, Databane. She giggled. Thanks for showing me the jutsu, Masakato-sensei. You're a really nice guy. I like you. Heh, thanks Kushina. Masakato chuckled in response. I like you too. My mom and dad should be more like you, she declared. The tutor's eyes widened immediately and he shook his head in embarrassment. And now I wouldn't go that far. Why, your parents are really nice people, Kushina. Kushina's only response was to giggle, happy that she was able to fluster her teacher even slightly. There's no doubting it, he's Kushina's son, Masakato realized. Immediately, he stopped his preparations for his jutsu. His face became blank as so many different revelations began to hit him. He was no longer feeling enraged, allowing him to fully process everything that had been happening to him this day. Why are you attacking us? We're family. What have we done to you? You're trying to place the blame on us because you can't accept that you are partly the reason the village was destroyed. Naruto's and Tayuya's words continued to repeat in Masakato's head over and over again. The man closed his eyes as if he was in pain. The words continued to get louder and louder in his head until it became almost unbearable to him. I'm not a nice person, Kushina. What kind of man have I become? Masakato told himself. Naruto, who was still holding on to the Sandaime Uzukage by the neck, had been preparing to deliver a final blow to him. He stopped himself, however, when he noticed something. Uzumaki Masakato, the man who had tried to kill him and his cousins in an insanity-filled rage, was now openly sobbing. Tears were rolling down his eyes and his wailing could be heard throughout the room. Masakato, the man who was a competent, ruthless, merciless shinobi, was now reduced to the state of an old, frail man. What are you waiting for, brat? Finish him! Kurama demanded within Naruto's head. The fight is over, Kurama. Naruto replied dismissively. I already told you to not call me that name. The Kyuubi hissed in response. And no, it is not. He's weak now. Kill him before he does anything. No, Naruto replied as he took a deep breath in. Immediately, he called back in the Kyuubi's chakra, forcing it back within his body. His physical features returned to normal as the red chakra that surrounded him completely disappeared. He's not going to fight, and I don't want to fight him anymore. The blonde Uzumaki made an effort to ignore the fox in his mind demanding for him to kill. Instead, he let go of his grip on the sobbing man in front of him, before passing out from exhaustion. Tayuya, Karen, and Gamaken had been standing to the side, watching the display in front of them. Seeing Naruto use 3 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra had kept them motionless as they watched the display. When Naruto was pinned down, they almost sprang into action, but Naruto had turned the tide on Masakato before they needed to react. Now, with the battle over, they rushed over to check on the combatants, an unconscious Naruto and a sobbing Masakato.